Let's start with Exhibit 178, Mr. Rosenblatt's camera at 22:57:37. And Lieutenant, I'd like to focus your attention in this initial clip on the two female officers who we see coming in and out of the scene here.
Almost like a schoolboy trying to get in front of backwards, because that was the only position I had. Relax, dude.
There we go.
Are you trying to get?
Put his arm down here. I could rub my knee running his tricep.
This female officer on the right, do you know who that is, Lieutenant?
That's Sergeant Rachel Nunez.
And now we saw another female officer with dark hair down in the center who moved over to here. Did you recognize who that was?
Alicia Ward.
Continue.
We can't move.
And then
Sure he can breathe.
He can side.
He can breathe.
Okay, all
I
right.
just have his arm
I
behind his
understand, I
back.
understand.
Don't move your feet. No, don't do that. So if you take his
Good, bro.
foot outwards, you have to on.
This officer who just walked into Officer Rosenblatt's camera and sort of gestured at him and then walked off, who's that?
It was Officer Woodyard.
Let's take a look at the same time period, but from Sergeant Nunez's perspective, 22:59:30. Oh, sorry, Exhibit 181. Sorry, Mr. Campos.
And wait, somewhere down here? Okay,
It's right there.
okay.
I just,
Okay. Woodyard?
I think it's on.
Rosa,
Yeah.
here in a minute, once this medicine kicks in, we're gonna uncuff him, put him on the bed,
Okay,
and then we're gonna restrain him, soft point him to the bed.
all right, let me grab some. Bro.
This individual who said, Woody, Rosie, in a minute, we're going to handcuff him to the bed. Who said that?
It was Officer Rodema.
Okay. And then did you hear Mr. Rosenblatt and Mr. Woodyard both say something affirmative?
I recognized Mr. Rosenblatt's voice. That was, we could try playing it again. I did recognize that one.
Sure. Let's start from 59:30.
And wait, somewhere down here? Okay,
It's right there.
okay.
I just,
Okay, Woodyard?
I think it's on.
Rosa,
Yeah.
here in a minute, once this medicine kicks in, we're gonna uncuff him, put him on the bed,
Okay,
and then we're gonna restrain him, soft point him to the bed.
all right, let me grab some. Bro.
No, you're okay, I got it.
Were you able to hear Officer Woodyard's voice or you're not sure?
I'm not sure.
Fair enough. Let's continue playing from here.
I bet Dr. Woodyard.
Hey, Dale, is Redford coming?
He's not coming because they just arrested that one besides us.
okay,
They just
gotcha.
won.
They did?
They
Okay.
did, so, they're busy, so.
Okay.
They're extra large, so. I just need to let them know, because
Yeah.
there's no lieutenant, so. I was contacted, but walking down the street.
Do you know who this individual that's standing immediately to Sergeant Nunez's right who keeps coughing is?
I don't.
Go ahead.
Still by moving.
We wait.
We're gonna give him maybe another minute, it looks like it's starting to kick in, so that's ready, but go ahead and call. It's you. Yeah. All right, brother, I'm sure, are you okay?
Yeah.
That's fine.
Just, I'm physically.
All right.
Obviously, the situation's a little frustrating.
He's just breathing.
So. Here's what it is.
Okay.
Did you recognize the voice of the individual who said, physically, I'm fine, it is what it is?
I can't say for certain. It's just kind of low volume and hard to determine.
let's just back up 15 seconds and just focus on that if you can.
Yeah.
All right, brother?
I'm sure he
Are
will.
you okay?
Yeah, that's fine. I can hospital staff.
Just, I'm physically.
All right. I would see the situation's a little frustrating.
He's just breathing.
Seeing it, so.
Here's what it is.
Okay.
Were you able to tell or unsure?
It sounds like Officer Woodyard. Again, it is difficult to tell with the context and the low volume.
Understandable. Let's continue playing for a bit.
Then get him on his side.
Let's get him on the knee first.
Okay.
Okay. Ready?
Watch his head. Head. Okay. Dale, he's out.
Okay. Have that ready to.
Good.
Do I go first?
Hey, Woodyard.
Yeah.
Can you grab this? I got it.
The individual who said, hey, Woodyard there, was that Mr. Rosenblatt, or Rodema, excuse me?
Yes, that appeared to be Officer Rodema.
Go ahead.
Back down, I'll go up, straight up. Straight, take it through. Got it. Good? Yep. Thanks, sir. Good.
I'll rewind it a couple seconds, but I'd like you to focus your attention on this gentleman. And let's pull it back 10 seconds. Go ahead.
Good? Yep. Thanks, sir. Good. Yeah.
Let's get inside and we'll talk to you.
Go ahead. Were you able to see who that individual was who stood up and then stepped back from the gurney?
I believe you were directing my attention to Officer Woodyard.
Can you play?
I just put it in here for sex, there's not ketamine, that's somewhere to put it.
Actually, good stuff. Done with this one. Could we move to exhibit 184, please? Starting at, and that's Sergeant Leonard's camera from 5627.
Anything?
No,
No.
he just thought it was weird because he was wearing the mask and.
Well, it is, obviously. Yeah, he's that crazy. Okay.
That's all
I need, yeah, I'm sure you document that part.
I will. Okay.
Who's this female officer here?
That's Officer Alicia Ward.
Then could we skip ahead to, on this same video from Sergeant Leonard, 22:59:27?
Camera?
And if you can,
Yeah,
focus your attention on the officer at the far right here, if we can identify him.
it's by him, it's somewhere by him.
Oh, he is somewhere down there? Okay.
It's right there.
Okay.
All
right.
I think it's him.
Rosie,
Yeah.
here in a minute, once this benefit kicks in, we're gonna uncuff him, put him on the bed,
Okay,
and then we're gonna restrain him south point into the bed.
all right, let me grab some.
No, you're okay. I got it.
Does that help you identify who that officer that we heard coughing a few minutes ago was?
It's Officer Woodyard.
Go ahead and continue.
Got that extra balls in. Like that culture here.
He's not coming because they just arrested that homicide suspect they just
They
appointed.
did?
They did. So, they're busy, so. I just need to let them know that there's no lieutenants over around here, so.
Contact with the walking down the street there.
It's, that individual we saw coughing again, was that still Mr. Woodyard?
Yes, sir.
Continue.
Can you give me maybe another minute? I can start. Go ahead.
see you.
You all right, brother? Are you okay?
I'm physical. All right. Situation is more frustrating. Here's what it is. Okay.
Hey, could we just rewind 5 seconds so we can see those 3 individuals in one frame? There we go, perfect. Who is the individual saying he's physically fine? It is what it is.
It's Officer Woodyard.
And then who's this person who pats him on the shoulder?
It's Sergeant Rachel Nunez.
And then who is this individual on the right side of the photo?
It's Officer Rosenblatt.
I appreciate you helping us sort through who some of these folks were. I don't have any further questions for you right now, Lieutenant.
Cross-examination?
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Let me just get my notes all organized here. If you'll bear with me. Lieutenant Tisdale, the body camera, is it Fixian? Vivu?
VView.
VView, okay. VView, that's the body camera system that you guys were using back in 2019.
That's correct.
When that camera is on, is there a light that indicates that it's on?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Is there a way, I guess, if you're wearing a body camera, would I be able to see that light that it's on?
Yes, you should. It was located on the top.
Now, as I understand your testimony, when the audio kicks on, that's when the body camera, the officer has turned on the body camera, correct?
That's correct.
And butcher this again, VView, okay. The VView camera is always recording about 30 seconds before you actually turn on the camera.
That's correct.
That's why when we're reviewing these body cameras, you have the video first for about 30 seconds, and then the audio kicks in, and then we see the recording.
Yes, sir.
What that signals to us is the officer turned on the camera, it went back 30 seconds of non-audio, but once they clicked it on, that's when the camera starts recording.
Yes, that's when it adds the audio.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is a measuring stick for us to figure out when the camera is actually flipped on manually is when we hear the audio.
That's correct.
Perfect. Sometimes you're even able to see an officer's arm moving upwards.
That's correct.
And if I remember your testimony correctly, to turn on these cameras, it was a slide, right?
That is correct.
Okay.
You slide it down.
And so the camera or the lens is exposed when you slide it down.
That's correct.
So there's 2 ways to identify if the camera is recording is you'll see the lens and you'll see the light.
Yes.
And we play exhibit, may we have the,
Yes.
can we play what's been admitted as exhibit 178? I'm going to have you start from the beginning, Mr. McClain. The beginning. Or excuse me, I did that wrong. 175, please. And let me orient you, Lieutenant Tisdale, while I'll be showing you. So you've reviewed these body cameras enough by now to have a general gist of the order of things. Is that fair?
I think so. You know, I reviewed a lot of footage, so
Sure.
I'll do my best.
Fair enough. Just to try to orient you, what I'm going to be playing you is the beginning portion of Officer Woodyard's body camera. Now we'll see someone walking behind Mr. McClain. That's Mr. Rosenblatt. Is that right? For all intents and purposes, they contact Mr. McClain pretty close in time. Okay. So I want to play for you the beginning of Mr. Woodyard's camera, and I'll have Mr. McCrae stop when we hear the audio turn on, okay?
Your favorite side.
Did you see a hand, a left hand move up?
I did,
Okay, indicating, and we hear the audio indicating that's turned on.
correct.
Okay. Now, Mr. McCrae, if you can back it up 2 seconds, let me ask you if the audio catches him say in the middle of the statement saying, "Do me a favor and stop right there."
Your favorite stop right there.
Did you hear that?
I did.
Okay. Now, when you do the sliding motion, do you sometimes hear a click?
Possibly. It's been quite a while since I've used these cameras.
Fair enough. And I believe you said that you guys moved to Axion, correct?
Yes, we moved to Axon in July of 2021.
I'll pronounce one of these names correctly one of these times. Fun. All right. So, Mr. McCrae, if we can play this until 22:43 and about 45, I'll signal to you.
Hey, stop right there. Stop. 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 I have a right to stop you because you're being suspicious.
Well, okay.
Turn around.
No,
Turn around.
actually, your head, bro.
Turn around. Stop. Stop tensing up, dude. Stop tensing up, bro. Stop tensing up.
Hey, go.
Stop tensing up.
Let me
Stop
go.
tensing up.
Okay. I don't know if you can tell on the projector if yours is better. Do you see Mr. Woodyard's right hand move towards Mr. Rosenblatt's camera?
Judge, I'm going to object to speculation, having a non-resilient witness there. Beyond the scope of his expertise, he's an expert and his experience.
All right. Response?
Judge, I'm asking him to identify what he's able to see based off these videos. He's able to identify who's who, and it's fairly important for us to be able to hear voices, identify who's making statements, as well as who the actor is in terms of his hand. So I want him to identify the right hand moving towards Mr. Rosenblatt's camera.
All right. The court, in going through the direct testimony with respect to this witness's testimony on direct examination, it dealt with the system in general, and then who was speaking and who was on the video. With respect to specifics of whose hand is where, or what somebody is, if they're walking quickly or not, the court would find that that is information that the jury can determine from reviewing the video. So the court will sustain the objection.
Now, we're able, in terms of these cameras, we can see different angles. We can see Mr. Woodyard's angle as well as we can see Mr. Rosenblatt's angle, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Let's go to Mr. Rosenblatt's angle, and so that'd be Exhibit 178. And I want, in terms of this, talking about the system, if you can tell me when the camera is turned on.
Tensing up.
Listen to me, bro. Let go of me.
Stop
This
tensing
isn't gonna
up.
go.
So we hear them, the audio click on and they're talking, stop tensing up, correct?
Correct.
And again, as you mentioned, the audio indicates that the someone turned on the body camera.
Correct.
And the body camera is set up in a way where an observer can see whether the body camera is on or off, correct?
Correct.
And so that would be at about 22:44, 30 seconds-ish.
Around there, yes.
So 10:44, 30.
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk about the placement of these body cameras. I know you touched on this in direct. So you had told Mr. Slothauer that the body cameras are typically worn around the chest area. Is that fair?
That's correct.
And you had said these cameras, they have a clip. Is it like a plastic clip?
Correct. You had several options, one of which was a plastic, I called it an alligator clips that would secure onto the shirt.
Okay. You mentioned that you've had, I believe the phrasing was, you've had a lot of issues with these types of body cameras falling off.
That's correct.
In terms of this clip that's used to hold on the body camera, if you're running, if you brush against a wall, is it easy to knock off?
They were, yes.
Now, of course, placing the camera on the chest area, it doesn't capture everything that's occurring. Is that fair?
It's fair.
It's only capturing what's directly or facing the camera.
Yes, sir.
The angle of the camera, that's what it captures.
Correct.
But as Mr. Slothauer noted, a human being can turn their head to the left or right, up or down.
Yes.
Is that right? They could see things out of their peripheral.
Yes.
The camera doesn't follow the eyes.
No, it does not.
Now, sometimes the body camera then can record things that officers don't see. Is that fair?
That's fair. If an officer was looking a different direction, the camera may not pick that up.
So if I'm looking to the left, the camera's still going to be recording what's straight ahead.
Yes, sir.
You also mentioned in terms of the integrity of these body camera footage, officers cannot alter or enhance or do anything to the body camera footage once it's in the system, correct?
That's correct.
They cannot manipulate it or edit it.
No, sir.
They don't have that ability.
No, sir.
You don't even have that ability.
I do not.
So an individual, strike that. I want to play you another clip. Can we play Officer Rodima's clip? That would be Exhibit 176. Mr. McCrae, if we could start at 22:44:16, so 10:44. Now, before we play it, I'm going to ask you just to orient you in terms of what to be looking for. You can judge for yourself, but there's a statement made, okay? We see a hand push away what appears to be Mr. Rosenblatt, and then
Sustained.
I'm going to ask you the statement that's made after that. Who makes that statement? If you can identify it, okay? Can we play at 22:44:16, please?
You guys.
Spin my power back, and I intend to be. I intend to be simple.
Roger, gun, dude.
All right. Now we heard he just grabbed her gun, dude. Do you know who said that?
It sounded like Officer Rodima.
Now, the statements right before that, I intend to take my power back. Do you recognize whether that's any of the officers that made that statement?
I do not.
These body cameras, the V-View cameras, I want to orient you and talk to you about the sounds that these pick up. Where are the microphones on the cameras?
I can't say for certain without looking at them. Again, it's been quite a while since we've used these, and I was not in the position that I am now back when we had this system.
Are they, if you know, are they on the camera themselves, or is there a microphone separate on the officer?
No, everything would have been enclosed within that camera.
So the nature of the microphones, are there times when environmental noises can drown out voices?
Yes,
Okay, I think Mr. Slothauer had made the example of taking a phone out of the pocket, the microphone rubbing against the clothing and making I think the noise he made was I could ask for it to be read back, but just a rustling noise.
yes,
Okay.
that's correct.
So if an officer is talking on a windy day, it might be hard to hear based off of the microphone picking up the noise. Is that fair?
That is fair.
Okay, so if there's a normal conversation occurring that an officer can hear, the wind might drown it out based on the body cam microphone.
That's fair.
The reverse can also be true. Because the microphone can sometimes pick up things that the officer didn't hear. Is that fair?
That's fair.
The environmental noises can interfere with the officer's hearing, but because the microphone is located in a different position, it might not pick it up.
Yes, sir.
I want to play to you Sergeant Leonard's body cam. That'd be 184, Mr. McCrae. Let's see. At 22:50:33.
Right. What kind of drugs did you take tonight? We need to know, okay? Good, bro. You're not in trouble.
I'm sorry. That was my fault. Back it up. 22:50:25.
Man, are you on any drugs tonight, man?
What's it? You're still.
Talk to me, okay? What kind of drugs have you been taking, man? What kind of drugs did you take tonight? What kind of drugs did you take tonight? We need to know.
So the voice that's asking, what kind of drugs did you take tonight? Is that Sergeant Leonard?
That is Sergeant Leonard.
And do you recognize the voice that responds and says, Mary?
I do not.
You don't know the voice, or you didn't hear that word?
Speculation.
I'm trying to clarify what he meant by I don't.
I'll allow it.
Thank you.
I can't say for certain who that was.
Okay, but did you hear the statement, Mary?
Speculation, to be honest.
Sustained.
There was a noise, there was a response. What I'm trying to get at is we can hear Sergeant Leonard continually repeating the same question over and over. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And that scenario, the microphone will be closer to the individual. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And we can also hear background noise with other officers talking. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you're aware that Mr. Leonard is or was a sergeant at the time of August of 2019, right?
Right.
You're a lieutenant.
I am.
So you've been a sergeant before,
I have.
higher ranking now.
Yes.
You know when a sergeant shows up, the sergeant's in charge.
Sustained.
Let's go to when Sergeant Leonard first arrives on scene. So that would be 185 exhibit at 22:46:23.
And just for the record and for the jury, whose body cam?
Oh, I'm sorry. This is Sergeant Leonard's.
Okay, thank you.
We had to use Corona.
Said you very no different.
He come out? He's out? Was he out?
Yeah.
I heard
No.
you snoring.
He
wasn't completely.
He didn't lose consciousness.
Yeah.
Trying to get my gun.
He It was actually Rosenberg. He reached for your gun, dude.
We hear someone immediately inform Sergeant Leonard when he arrived that they use a carotid. Did you hear that?
I did.
Can you identify who said that?
That was Officer Woodyard.
Now, if we can back this up about 3 seconds until we can see the people that are there. Going back, I guess. There we go. Do you recognize those 3 individuals?
I do.
And name someone. Prepared. 1 second. Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. This individual here, can you tell us who that is?
That's Officer Woodyard.
This individual in the middle
Officer Rodema.
and this individual to the right.
Officer Rosenblatt.
Are any of them equal rank or higher rank than a sergeant?
No, they're all officers.
So when a sergeant arrives on scene, we hear it's Officer Woodyard immediately informed that sergeant that a carotid was used.
Yes.
Can I have you go? This would be Sergeant Leonard's another body clip of his 184. I'm going to start it off at 22:51:39, but before you play it, now what I want to orient you in terms of what I'm going to be asking you. Okay. One, there's someone that asks Rodema or Rosenblatt whether they need to swap out. I'm going to ask you to identify that voice. Okay. 2, I'm going to have you identify the voice of the one person giving orders to other officers on scene. 3, I'm going to have you identify the voice of the person who informs fire or medical personnel of the carotid hold and vomiting. And then 4, I'm going to have you inform us whether you can see Officer Woodyard at all in any of the body camera there. Okay. And so this would be from 22:51:39 to about, and I'll tell you when to stop.
Here you go. Need to swap out, take that. Received.
No, he got called to a suspect. He was out there walking around with ski mask.
And could they be any slower?
And,
We're good. I have, we just need to contact the RP and we got that covered. And other than that, we have everything right here. So we're good.
Drop him up, and then
Yep.
the difference in I think we're good.
Thanks.
He reached for Rosie's gun.
Just contact her and get why we're here. the best
So,
we can.
all he said is the same thing with the notes that he saw a guy,
So he was put into a carotid. He did lose consciousness. He's throwing up right now and he's obviously on something. Yeah. We're gonna have to have him transported. Yes, what's that? I think we're okay for here. I appreciate it. Thanks.
I don't know if that's a little bit hard to tell. So backing up, I'll ask you the same questions in that order. Okay. There's someone that asks Rodema and Rosenblatt whether they need to swap out. Did you hear that?
I did hear that.
Okay. And do you know who asked that question?
I can't say for certain.
And 2, the one person giving orders. Did you hear someone giving orders around?
I did.
I can go back and ask specific point by point.
I'm sorry, what was the objection? Sorry?
Vague. Sort of like the way I was pronouncing the word vague.
All right, I guess we can be a little more specific if you wish to go through them.
To the person telling others, we're okay here, go back, that type of thing. Did you hear that voice?
I did.
Do you know what statements I'm referring to?
I do.
Okay. Can you identify who's making those statements?
Sergeant Dale Leonard.
Okay. Sergeant, right?
Correct.
Now, again, I can't tell from my angle whether it's clear, but there's individuals that walked up that looked like they had lines in their pants or wearing kind of coveralls. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. That's that, I guess, not to play coy, is that fire or medical personnel?
Those firefighters.
Now, the one person who spoke to firefighters and told them of the carotid hold and that the individual is vomiting, can you identify that voice?
Yes, it was Sergeant Dale Leonard.
Okay. Sergeant.
Yes.
Now, the last thing I asked you was if you could inform us if Officer Woodyard could be seen anywhere in that body camera.
I did not see him, no.
And so this is around 10:51 to about 10:52. Is that right?
It appears so, yes.
Okay. I'm gonna, Mr. McCray, I'm gonna have you put up Exhibit 192. This is Officer Dunson's body camera. If we can go to 22:47:57, I'm gonna have it play and I'm gonna stop it at some point and have you identify two individuals for me. Okay? All right, go ahead.
You know where the, let's stop right there.
These two individuals right here, do you know who they are? Can you identify them?
Could you play it a little bit longer, please?
Yes, so I'm going to be specifically asking you about this individual on the right as well as this individual on the left.
Okay.
Go ahead and play.
Okay. The individual on the right was Sergeant Dale Leonard. The individual on the left was Sergeant Rachel Nunez.
So two sergeants.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and they're, all right. So I'm going to continue playing this. And I'm going to ask you, well, you've already been asked about Mr. Woodyard walking away. And so I'll have you play it, Mr. McCray, until 22:48:56.
Y'all need help or anything?
Give me wipes.
Wipes?
Yeah.
No, I don't.
You have a good grip on it?
He went like this, dude.
No, I'm good. Keep going.
Now, at the time, we hear statements being made from the ground. You heard Officer Rosenblatt, Officer Rodima talking. There's another individual making noise, making statements. Do you know who that was?
I can assume based on the context that that's Elijah McClain.
Okay, not another law enforcement officer.
No, sir.
So at the time that we see Mr. Woodyard walk off screen, 22:48:55, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Mr. McClain is still making noises,
Yes, sir.
making statements. And is Officer Woodyard walking towards the direction of the two sergeants that we saw earlier?
Generally, yes, sir.
Now, I'm going to have you play it a little bit more.
I'm still on my bike.
Stop right there. All right. We have, and it's going to be a little bit blurry, but I'll have it run it a little bit. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 individuals. I'm going to ask if we can identify them. Okay. And I guess maybe put your hand up when you are able to identify those individuals rather than me stopping. And I'll let Mr. McCray stop. Go ahead.
Okay.
Um, so on the bottom right with the hand up is Officer Rodema. On, I guess we'll call it center left, is Officer Rosenblatt. And who just went out of frame on the right standing was Officer Matt Green.
Right here.
Up here? Right here, the pair of glasses? All right. Cuz, there's glasses and a phone right over here. Right here.
This isn't that movie, man.
I can see Sergeant Dale Leonard just walked up. Behind him, center left, is Sergeant Nunez. And to the right, the female is Officer Jordan Mullins.
Then we also heard voices talking in terms of the, I guess, did you hear Officer Dunson's voice on this body camera?
Yes, I heard Officer Dunson as he was looking around for a body cam.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, just to orient myself, at the time that Mr. Woodyard walked off at about 10:48, 56 seconds, you have identified Rodema, Rosenblatt, Green, Sergeant Leonard, Sergeant Nunez, Officer Mullins, and Officer Dunson.
Yes, sir.
So 5 officers and 2 sergeants.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's skip ahead to about 30, 45 seconds, okay? Can we get to 22:49:43? Okay. You were shown this, and I just want you to confirm if you can tell me the time that you see Officer Woodyard reappear on the body cam. Go ahead and run it.
Okay,
You have the gun?
No, he's gonna.
Oh.
That's part of there enough.
Tell them to come in.
It appeared to be 22:50 and about 4 seconds.
So you had mentioned that Officer Woodyard had walked away at 10:48:56, and you just stated that he came back at 10:50:04, so a little bit less than 2 minutes. Is that fair?
That's fair.
I'm going to have them run it, Mr. McCray run it again, and I want you to identify the timestamp of when he leaves again with Sergeant Nunez. Okay.
Tell them to come in.
You can bend his knees a little bit. We can balance himself.
Is that his cell phone over there?
Kicking around.
With a red case? Y'all missing your cell phone or
I'm
anything?
not missing mine. You missing yours, missing the car, right? What's that? Your cell phone's in the car? I think so. Is it an iPhone?
Is it with a red case?
No.
Okay.
22:50 and 34 seconds.
So he came back at about 10:50 and 4 seconds. I think you had testified, correct? And you just testified that he left at 34 seconds, excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Math wise, we're talking 30 seconds back, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's go, and so, again, the timestamp being 10:50:34. So let's go to, when the decision of ketamine is being made. So we saw earlier, and correct me if I'm wrong on my timestamp here, through Sergeant Leonard's body camera, that the medical professionals, when he's interacting with them, the fire, they were at 22:52:27. Does that sound about right?
That sounds right.
Okay, so about 10:52:27. So this would be about 2 minutes after Mr. Woodyard left, when the medical personnel came, just to orient us in terms of time. Can you play Officer Green's body camera, Mr. McCray? That would be 179. And I'm going to have you go to 225720.
It was used, okay, it was very minor.
So the ambulance gets here, we're gonna go ahead and give.
All the cops are okay. I appreciate it,
I
thanks.
don't know what that would be.
Whenever he's
Okay,
on,
all right.
he has incredible strength.
Yeah.
And I had him in a bar hammer behind his back.
Now, does it look like the individual that's saying, when the ambulance gets here, we're going to give them ketamine? Did you hear that?
Yes, sir.
Was that law enforcement officer? Can you identify who said that?
I cannot. It appeared to me to be a firefighter.
Wearing we have individuals kind of holding their belt, excuse me, wearing the coverall that we talked about. Is that a uniform an officer wears?
No, sir.
And so the statement that when the ambulance gets here, we're going to give him ketamine was, give or take a few seconds, 2257, about 30 or 25.
Around there, sir, yes.
And so this would be 7 minutes after Mr. Woodyard leaves.
That seems right, yes, sir.
If we had said that he had left at about 22:50:34,
Yes, sir.
about 10:30:34. When you looked at this video, did you see Mr. Woodyard anywhere in the video when the individual said, or fire said, when the ambulance gets here, we're going to give him ketamine?
I did not.
Do you want me to run it a bit more to see if he shows up at all?
Sure.
His arm was above his head and he was still fighting.
Anybody that can relieve me for a second?
Yeah.
Spitz! Somebody just. Go just get on for a second.
Stop there. So we get to pan around a little bit, right? Can you confirm that Mr. Woodyard's still not there?
I did not.
Sustained.
Can you confirm that Mr. Woodyard is not there in the video? Excuse me, that the camera did not capture?
I did not see Officer Woodyard on video.
So again, to orient you, we had said that the last time I asked you when he left with Sergeant Nunez was 10:50:34, so 22.
Council testifying.
Sustained.
What I'm trying to do is let me get you to one of the video clips that was played during direct. This would be Officer Woodyard's video 175 at 22:50:40.
Find standing by corner somewhere, please.
Excuse me, 22:55:40. Sorry, I think I misspoke.
We haven't even got that far yet.
And then he starts going.
Do you remember being asked questions about these two individuals?
I do.
Okay, and you identified the one on the left as Sergeant Leonard and the one on the right as Officer Rosenblatt, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, this was at 22:55:47.
Yes, sir.
So 10:55.
Yes, sir.
10:55 would be after 10:50.
Yes, sir.
Do you see Mr. Woodyard anywhere on the video there?
I do not.
Now, staying on 175, which is Officer Woodyard's body camera, can we go way back? I apologize, I'm jumping all around here in terms of time. 22:44:35. There's a couple statements made here, but I'm going to be specifically asking you a question about who says we're fighting him.
Give us more. Give us some more units. We're fighting them.
Do you hear that voice?
I do.
Who said, give us more units, we're fighting him?
That was Officer Woodyard.
And you recognize Officer Woodyard's voice normally?
I'm familiar with it, yes.
Did that sound to you as a bit more in distress?
Speculation.
Sustained, that's something the jury can determine.
Let's go to Officer Rosenblatt's body cameras. That'd be 178. And at 22:46:38. Okay. Go ahead and play it.
Relax. Just relax. Relax.
Relax. We got our backs.
The guy from here is in a bar.
Yeah. All right, stack.
Straddling, figure four his legs.
Public position.
Now, we heard statements, I can't breathe. Do you recognize that voice?
I do not.
Now, we heard after those statements of I can't breathe, recovery position. Did you hear that?
I did.
Do you know who says that?
To me, it sounded like Officer Rosenblatt.
So in response to I can't breathe, we do hear recovery position.
That's the answer.
Sustained.
Going back to Sergeant Leonard's body camera, 184. Orienting you to 22:57:04, so 10:57:04. Go ahead and play it.
Here, come back, dude. Come this way. There we go.
He's trying to get.
Put his arm down here. And I can drop my knee right on his tricep. And you can't move. Make sure he can breathe. Keep it to the side. He can breathe. Okay, all right. I just have his.
All right. Do you hear someone say, make sure he can breathe, keep him to the side?
Yes.
Do you recognize that voice?
Please approach.
All right. There was a louder voice giving instructions. Did you hear that?
I did.
And do you know what that, like, can you identify the statement that was made?
Objection, speculation.
All right, you can identify the speaker, but not the statement.
Okay. So in terms of the statement being directed at other individuals, can you identify who made that statement?
That was Sergeant Dale Leonard.
We hear someone respond to that statement. So let's back it up to 225704. And then I'm gonna put my hand up and tell you when to stop, okay?
Here, come over, dude. Come this way. There we go.
He's trying to get.
Put his arm down here. And I can draw my knee right in his tricep. And he can't move.
Make sure he can breathe.
All right, who made that statement right there?
The make sure he can breathe was Sergeant Dale Leonard.
Okay.
Keep it to the side.
Who made that statement?
Keep it to the side was also Sergeant Dale Leonard.
Breathe.
Okay, all
I
right.
just have his arm.
I am,
Made that statement in response.
I just have his arm. I believe that was Officer Rodima.
Sorry, was there a statement made before that? Might have got cut off because of all the pausing. Can we back it up 5 seconds?
Your Honor, objection, this is an issue for the jury.
I'm asking for
What
identification.
statement was made?
Well, if you can identify it and
Thank you,
the
Judge.
witness can answer. And the court will direct the witness that you can identify the speaker, but not the statement.
make sure he can breathe. Keep it to the side.
He can breathe.
Okay.
That statement, that last one. Do you know who made that statement?
To me, it sounded like Officer Rodima.
Now, in this video, do you see Mr. Woodyard?
I do not.
Let's have it pan out, and so we'll run this. Go ahead and run.
All right.
I just have his arm.
I understand, I understand. Don't move your feet. Nope, don't do that.
So if you take his foot and angle it outwards.
Yeah, yeah, works a lot.
Pressure on his ankle.
Yeah. Except for I don't think he's gonna feel anything.
He almost did a push-up with all three of us on his back.
Yeah.
He's drawing up Kennedy here.
Okay.
You wanna give that? when we-
Yeah, so once he gets back, I'm gonna hit him in the right shoulder.
Want some shears?
You want shoulder or ass?
Either way. doesn't
Ass is
matter.
right here, man.
Give that a couple of minutes, we'll see if that works.
What's your A-frame,
Yes.
brother?
Yeah.
Just keep raising his legs.
You good?
You got it? Matt, you got his back leg here? Cause I don't want him kicking you, man. What's taking so long here?
Out there. Did you see?
It's misleading to imply the lack of Woodyard's presence just because it's not in a picture particularly.
He's not on
So it's not a scene. It's quite odd. The other side, this person's camera.
All right. The court would find that the probative value, I suppose, there is some, and it's not substantially outweighed by the danger of undue prejudice based upon redirect and closing arguments.
Thank you, Aaron.
So the objection's overruled.
Thank you, Aaron. Did you see Mr. Woodyard at all?
I did not.
If I can have a second, Your Honor,
You may.
and if you can give me a second, sir.
I suppose while we're discussing things, if we could find a good place to break in the next several minutes.
I think 30 seconds, we can figure it out.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge. I have about, if we're not counting, 10 to 20 more questions. Is that all right?
That's fine. When you find a good place.
Thank you, Judge. Can we play Sergeant Leonard's body camera at, that's 184, exhibit 184? So we are at right now 28:58:27.
You mean 24:58?
Oh, sorry, 22:58.
Oh, 22:58.
27. Can we go ahead and jump to about 22:58:40 and go ahead and play it?
I just told Redfern, we get it Friday. Let him know, so. I imagine this guy's not even going to jail tonight, based on his, there's no way he's gonna.
Stop there. Did you see the individual on the left wearing the coveralls, a firefighter, receive something in his hand?
I did.
Okay. Oh, sorry. I can go ahead and play. So right here, do we see somebody walking in right behind, sorry, this was bad. We'll play it a few more seconds, but I want you to identify the individual walking in right behind. I guess, first off, identify who this is right here.
That's Sergeant Rachel Nunez.
Okay. And I'm going to have you identify who walks right there. Okay, play a few more seconds.
So. Or Dima's camera got broken in the middle of all that.
We know where.
We already talked to the RP, got the RP. What's that? That I don't. Did you lose your camera?
By him, it's somewhere by him.
That's Officer Woodyard.
Perfect. Then. If we can go to Sergeant Nunez's camera at 181. And play at 22:58:54. Go ahead and play it.
So. I imagine this guy's not even going to jail tonight, based on his, there's no way. It's gonna. You okay?
Yeah, good. Sorry.
So. But Dima's camera got broken in the middle of all that.
Do we know where?
We already talked to the RP. You got the
Woody's
RP.
camera is?
What's that?
Did you, all right, can you identify the individual who made an injection?
I cannot.
Is that law enforcement or a firefighter?
That's firefighter.
Okay, can we play it?
We know where Woody's camera is?
Go ahead, David, you guys are okay with this one?
Do you know where your camera is?
No, by him, it's somewhere by him.
Oh, wait, somewhere down.
Okay, we'll stop there. So the individual to the left, I broke my laser pointer. The individual to the left, thank you. That's Sergeant Leonard.
That's correct.
And the person's body camera that we're viewing, that's Sergeant Nunez.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Woodyard, we saw was to their right by their side.
Correct.
Again, one more second, Judge.
Yes.
Thank you for your patience. Those are all my questions.
Thank you.
Folks, we're going to take our lunch break. I'd like to have you gathered back in the jury assembly room, let's say 20 minutes after 1 o'clock. I'd like to have you back up here at 1:30 to resume with the testimony. Please, you'll know this better than I do by the end of the trial. Do not form or express any opinions or discuss the case even amongst yourselves. Do no independent research, traditional or electronic. Avoid any media coverage of this case or this kind of case. We'll see you all back up here in about an hour and a half. Enjoy your lunch hour. All right, the jurors have stepped out. Um, Anything before the lunch break we need to discuss? All right. The court will be in recess.
At 1:20.
Well, I told the jurors to be back at 1:20 so we can hopefully get them up here at 1:30. And I got this coffee cup out in honor of the opening statements in this case. You're welcome to look at it.
Astounding. Do you guys think that board? I didn't deal without a judge.
That was me.
Good.
Okay. So I really.
It's back there if we need it. I
Yeah. So I will put it. Like every single.
Find Judge Hartman, where is he?
He's probably behind the tree behind 405. I should have told you.
Oh,
He was gonna stay in the courtroom and then he emailed me and said he went back there.
oh, we don't even have an office for him?
Oh, I thought he was pardon dropped. I don't think he was able.
Oh, jeez.
I know, but he said he was fine, so I don't know. Poor guy. Yeah. Did you see my text? No, sorry, it comes in my note. It's okay.
Lost my keys.
To the car?
Yeah, I was sitting in my car with the windows down.
Uh-huh.
So I was like, I was gonna say, you don't like, I'll wait.
Wait, I didn't even know what's in.
Told him to do or not.
Here you
No.
go.
Put the exhibits in the boxes.
I'm down.
Oh, but a bunch of exhibits.
And we know that I'm
Oh, I might, looks like they.
Or sometimes. Yes.
Oh, thanks. Oh. Did she find them? Uh-oh.
But Heather's not, she.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what, why don't you, see if they're down there, bring them into the jury room, then hopefully we'll have everybody here.
You're on.
Um, Emily went down to yours. Okay. Did we sign in now or not? The court will recall 21 CR 2794, people of the state of Colorado v. Nathan Woodyard, who is present with this counsel. The prosecutors are present as well. Anything before the jurors come in?
Not the people, Your Honor.
No, thank you.
All right. CR 2794, people of the state of Colorado v. Nathan Woodyard, the parties and counsel are present. Mr. Tisdale is on the witness stand, still under oath. Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Lieutenant, I just want to ask you questions about a handful of the clips that the defense played for you this morning. First, could we throw up Exhibit 184, Sergeant Leonard's camera at 22:58:27? Now, first question I have for you is admittedly going to go way beyond the scope of either direct or cross. Mr. Ho, get ready to object if you object to this. What does that GMT -6 mean up there?
Greenwich Mean Time.
Can you explain to the jury what Greenwich Mean Time is and how that relates to Mountain Time?
Sure. For whatever reason, an artifact of history that we have is the 0 longitude runs through Greenwich, England. That is the start of the 24-hour clock, I guess you'd call it. So Mountain Time, we are 6 hours behind Greenwich, England. So we're GMT -6.
And is the 22:58:27 there, is that rendered in the military version of Mountain Standard Time?
Yes, sir.
So that's the accurate local time.
Correct.
All right. Now, the defense played this video and some others and was asking you whether you saw Mr. Woodyard in some of those frames. Do you personally have any idea where Mr. Woodyard is if he's not immediately in a camera frame?
I do not.
You weren't on the scene that night, were you?
I was not.
Have you studied this incident to try and track where everybody is at different points in time?
I have not.
Would it be fair to say that if you can't see him in the frame, all you know is that he's not in the frame and that's it?
That would be accurate.
Could we please pull up Exhibit 178, Mr. Rosenblatt's camera, starting at 22:46:38? And the defense asked you about the voices that we hear since this camera has been knocked off. So please pay attention to the different voices we hear, and I'll have a couple questions about identifying some of those folks.
Relax, just relax, relax.
Relax.
We got our back.
The guy from in the bar.
Okay,
Straddle him, support his legs.
The voice that was talking about breathing, is that any of the officers that you recognize?
I can't say for certain.
At various points in time in there, did you hear all three of the officers on the scene say something, Mr. Woodyard, Rosenblatt, and Rodema?
I believe I did, yes.
Now, the defense also showed you a short clip from chronologically right after this on Exhibit 183, Sergeant Leonard's camera as he shows up to the scene. Could we play that starting from 46:38? I'd like you to focus particularly on what you hear from Mr. Woodyard, if anything, during this short clip.
We had to use Corona. He come out? He's out? Was he out?
I heard no snoring. He wasn't completely. He didn't lose consciousness.
Yeah.
Tried to turn my gun back. He too much. It was actually Rosenblatt. He reached for your gun, dude.
I have no.
That's where I tried prodding.
I don't do this.
You mentioned on cross-examination that you thought Mr. Woodyard was the one who talked about using the carotid. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you hear him relate any other information to Sergeant Leonard about anything related to the person they'd been dealing with?
I heard him say something in regards to hearing snoring.
Okay. Did you hear him say anything about breathing problems or anything?
Not that I recall.
Could we play here?
I don't do.
You might see other units that are not here.
Why?
They can slow it down a little bit.
I don't lose the habits. I don't need to kill flies. I don't eat meat.
Do we have anything other than him being suspicious?
No. No, I mean, try to stop, start walking away.
That voice asking about anything besides him being suspicious, is that Sergeant Leonard?
That's correct.
And was it Officer Woodyard who responded to that question?
Yes, it was.
Those are the only questions I have for you this afternoon, Lieutenant. Thank you.
May the witness be excused?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Next witness for the people.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people would call Dr. Mark Moss.
Solemnly swear or affirm.
I do.
All right, thank you. And
Once you're comfortably in the witness chair, if you'll tell us your name and then spell your last name for the court reporter.
My name is Mark, M-A-R-C, Moss, M-O-S-S.
Your witness.
Thank you. Dr. Moss, where are you currently employed?
I work for the University of Colorado School of Medicine and take care of patients at the University of Colorado Hospital.
Is there a specific title to your position?
I'm a professor of medicine and I'm in the Department of Medicine and I'm a pulmonary critical care physician.
I want to talk a little bit about how you got to the position that you're in. What particular education did you go through to become a doctor?
So I went to college for 4 years at a place called Amherst College. And then I went to medical school for 4 years at the University of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia. I stayed there for 3 more years and did a residency in internal medicine. And then I moved out to Colorado and did a 4-year fellowship in pulmonary and critical care medicine. So it's 11 years of training after college and 7 years of training after medical school.
So you mentioned that you did 4 years of a fellowship at the University of Colorado. So have you been at the University of Colorado this whole time?
No, I did my training from 1991 to 1995, and then I got recruited to join the faculty at Emory University in Atlanta. I worked there from 2005 to, from 1995 to 2006. And then I got recruited back to the University of Colorado in 2006, and I've been here for the last 17 years.
Are you currently board certified in any areas of medicine?
Yeah, I'm board certified in pulmonary medicine and critical care medicine.
Can you actually let us know what is a board certification? What does that mean?
So there are different areas of medicine, neurosurgery, for an example, and you don't want just anybody doing neurosurgery or any type of medicine if they're not trained effectively to do that. So you do the training, like what I said in pulmonary critical care medicine as an example. And then after that, you have to take a national exam to show that you have the knowledge to practice that area of medicine. So I took the exam in both pulmonary and critical care and had previously taken it in internal medicine. So by doing, bless you, by doing the training for those 4 years and then taking the exam, that's what it means. And passing the exam, that's what it means by being board certified.
So I think I heard you say that you both work at UC Health and also as a doctor, and then you're also a professor at University of Colorado.
That's correct. So the academic appointment is at the School of Medicine, and I care for patients at the hospital. But if you were going to ask, I'm an employee of the School of Medicine. That's who pays my check.
So I guess it's easy to say that you see patients and you also teach medical students.
Yeah, I have various components of my job, but some administrative parts, and I also have research that I'm funded to do also, but in addition to the teaching and caring for patients.
So in addition to that, you said research and administrative.
Correct.
So can you tell us what generally is pulmonary sciences and critical care medicine?
Yeah, so pulmonary is the lung. So the pulmonary part of it is that I would care for patients with asthma or emphysema or a variety of different lung disorders. The critical care part of it is that we take care of patients that have some catastrophic illness that puts them into intensive care unit. Now you might wonder, why does a lung specialist take care of people in the intensive care unit? The tie-in is that many people that are critically ill in an intensive care unit have to be put on a life support system called a breathing machine, or what I think more people know due to the COVID pandemic is a ventilator. And it's that combination of the breathing machine and understanding the breathing that is the connection between pulmonary and critical care.
As part of your work in critical care medicine, have you had to evaluate and make determinations of whether a patient is considered brain dead?
Yeah. So when people are ill in the intensive care unit, they might have dysfunction in a variety of different parts of their body, not just their lungs. For example, their kidneys might have failed, their heart might not be doing well. And one possibility is that their brain's not functioning, or it could have, it could be dead. They could be brain dead. And that unfortunately happens. And I've estimated maybe about twice, maybe twice a year, I have to do that evaluation. I've been a senior doctor for 28 years, so probably done it about 60 to 70 times, I estimate it.
So is brain death like a medical term or a colloquial term? Because I think I've heard it and I'm not sure if it's the same consideration that you have as brain death.
Yeah, it's actually a fairly, it's a concept, it's a entity that occurs again due to the breathing machines and life support systems. So we're able to keep somebody alive, or we're able to have somebody breathe and have their heart function by putting them on a breathing machine and making sure that their lungs are functioning. But in that situation, it's possible in the right setting that somebody's brain's already passed away and is not functioning anymore. If they weren't on a breathing machine, they would have already passed away, but it's a function of being on a life support system. Not caused by the life support system, but the life support system puts the patient in a situation where their brain might have died, but we're able to keep their heart and lungs functioning.
So when you were discussing having done about 60 to 70 brain death evaluations, were you using methods to determine brain death and provide critical care that are generally accepted in the medical community?
Yes.
Are the methods that you use to determine brain death routine in the medical community?
Yes, they're a set of standard criteria that you use to assess whether someone's brain has passed away. And that is what I used in this situation.
While at UC Health, did you treat a patient named Elijah McClain?
I did.
Were you asked to make a determination about Elijah McClain's critical care and brain death status?
Yes, I was the senior doctor caring for Mr. McClain for the majority of the time he was in the hospital.
And did you utilize those same routine methods that are widely accepted in the medical community to determine whether he was brain dead or not?
I did.
Your Honor, at this time, the people move to endorse Dr. Moss as an expert in medicine and critical care, specifically regarding Elijah McClain's critical care treatment at the hospital, up to and including the declaration of brain death.
Any objection or Woodyard? All right, the court will allow the witness to testify, explain, and opine in the areas of pulmonary and critical care.
So Dr. Moss, did you treat a patient named Elijah McClain in August of 2019?
I did.
Do you recall when you started to treat Mr. McClain?
Yes, I took over his care on Monday morning, which was August 26th.
Okay. Was Mr. McClain already at UC Health at that time?
Yes, he had gotten admitted through the emergency room very late on Saturday night, August 24th, and was admitted to the intensive care unit very early in the morning on Sunday, the 25th. And I took over his care on Monday.
So you were not in the ER when Mr. McClain first arrived. You were not part of that initial
Evaluation, no.
So what prompted you to take over his care August 26, 2019?
Taking care of critically ill patients is a stressful job, and we normally do it for 1 to 2 weeks at a time, and we switch over the care of the patients usually on Mondays.
So when Mr. McClain came into your care as a patient, did you review his medical records prior to evaluating him?
Absolutely. What we do is, now that everything's in an electronic medical record system, you can review all the medical records. And also we verbally discuss all the patients so that there's a very good continuity of care for every patient in the intensive care unit.
So is that typical communication that you would have within UC Health?
Correct.
Did his medical record contain any specific scans before you took over his care on August 26, 2019?
Yes, there were a variety of radiographic images that were performed on Mr. McClain.
And are radiographic scans, is that commonly known as x-rays?
Yeah, sorry.
It's okay. So did you review specifically chest x-rays of Mr. McClain that were taken of Mr. McClain prior to entering into your care?
Yes, I did. Again, when you're taking over the care of a patient, you want to make sure you have all the information to most effectively care for them. So I review all their x-rays or CAT scans that they have performed so that I have that information so that I can most effectively and properly care for them.
Your Honor, may I have permission to show just the witness exhibits, People's Exhibits 258 and then 259?
You may.
Okay. Dr. Moss, do you recognize the documents in front of you?
I do, because I've reviewed them, and also there's information on the scans that have the patient's name.
In what capacity have you reviewed them?
Well, I reviewed them in 2019, and then I was asked to review the x-rays to ensure that the images that were copied are the exact same images that are in the actual electronic medical record system.
And I think you mentioned there are some identifying information on those scans. Is that typical for all scans from UC Health?
Absolutely. Patient's name, medical record number, time that the exam was performed, et cetera.
Is this common practice then from UC Health to have all of that information?
Yeah, yes, it is.
And are medical records such as these kept in the regular course of UC Health's business?
Yes, they are.
Are they kept in a system with someone with knowledge with these, or sorry, are they put into the system with someone with knowledge of x-rays?
Can you clarify that? I want to make sure I understand what you're asking.
When they are put into someone's medical records, are they put into those records by someone who knows the content of the x-rays?
They're uploaded into the electronic medical record system by the radiology or x-ray technicians that perform the exams.
So the people that did the scan put it into the records?
Yeah, it's actually almost done automatically, but yes.
And is keeping accurate medical records an important part of hospitals' businesses?
Absolutely.
And I think you mentioned this, but I want to clarify. Did you check these particular x-rays with the ones that are still in the system at UC Health?
I did a few weeks ago. Yes, I did.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would move to admit People's Exhibits 258 and 259 into evidence.
No objection.
All right, the court will allow the admission of 258 and 259.
Thank you. So I now want to switch gears more particularly to your care of Mr. McClain. When Mr. McClain was under your care, did you perform any particular tests or assessments to determine Mr. McClain's brain function, checking for brain death?
I did, and I performed those on Tuesday, August 27th.
Can you tell me about the process generally to determine brain death? What kinds of assessments or tests? Is it one, more than one? What's
Yeah.
the process?
So there are a variety of tests that you do to see if someone's brain is still functioning or not. And the brain has a lot of different functions. There's what people might call a higher brain function. And those are the things that where you feel love, empathy, compassion, happiness, laughter. Those higher brain functions are more susceptible to injury when the brain's not getting oxygen. There's lower brain functions or more basic brain functions that are things we don't normally think about. If I shine a light in your eye's going to constrict. You don't have to think about doing that. Your brain does it automatically. If I touch the corner of your eye, you're going to blink because you don't want things to get into your eye. Your brain does that automatically. These are these basic brain functions. The most basic brain function, again, relates to the lung pulmonary side of things, is breathing. So what I want all of you to do right now is hold your breath for a second while I explain this to you. The most primitive brain function is the function to breathe. And the way the brain senses breathing is by carbon dioxide levels build up in your lungs and in your body. Now, I'm going to guess pretty soon you're like, I need to take a breath. You all feel that? Okay. What your lungs do is you breathe in oxygen and you blow out carbon dioxide. the lowest part or the most basic part of your brain function is sensing carbon dioxide levels in your body. And as they build up, that's that feeling that you had where you want to take a breath or need to take a breath. You kind of can't fight it. You have to take a breath. That's the most primitive brain function we have. So we assess whether a patient where we're concerned they might be brain dead, if they still have that function. And the way we do that is we leave the person with the tube down their throat, but take them off the breathing machine and let the carbon dioxide levels build up in their body and see if they take a breath. If they don't take a breath, then that is indicative that they're brain dead. Now, let me give you a few numbers just to put this in perspective. A normal carbon dioxide level in your body's around 40. When you sat there and held your breath, it's very tightly regulated so that the carbon dioxide levels maybe went up to 42 or 43, and that was that urge you had to take a breath. The way you do an apnea test, or this test of brain function, is you take the patient off the breathing machine, watch if they're breathing, and you document, unfortunately, if it's the case, that their carbon dioxide level went to above 60 or a change of 20 points from their baseline, and they still did not take a breath. And in Mr. McClain's case.
So before we go on to that, so did you conduct this carbon dioxide and breathing exam on Mr. McClain?
I did.
And was that on August 27th?
It was.
Can I ask, Mr. McClain came into your care as a patient on the 26th, correct?
Correct.
Is there a reason why this test happened on the 27th?
Yes. So when Mr. McClain came into the hospital, his heart and lungs were not, he was in cardiac arrest. He got put on a breathing machine. We restarted his heart, and he was on medications to keep his blood pressure as stable as we could.
And that is when he first came in, 24th and 25th of August.
Correct. And what you do to try to preserve brain function when someone's had a cardiac arrest is you cool the body down, because that increases the chance of regaining brain function. So on the 25th and 26th, we had cooled Mr. McClain's body to try to increase the chances that his brain would recover. And while somebody is with a low temperature in their body, you can't do these assessments. So we had to rewarm Mr. McClain's body to then see how he's doing, most importantly. And since we were concerned at a normal temperature that he was brain dead, then we could go ahead and do the brain death examination.
So you described the carbon dioxide / breathing assessment that you would often do to determine brain deaths. Did you do that on Mr. McClain in
I did.
particular? And tell us how that went.
So we made sure Mr. McClain had enough oxygen in his body. We took him off, we drew a blood sample to see what his carbon dioxide level was. It was 50 the first time. We waited 4.5 minutes, and he had no effort of breathing at all. We repeated the blood test, and it had gone up to 83, and he still had no efforts to breathe.
So I think you just mentioned you waited 4.5 minutes. Are you in the room with him? Are you just watching him from afar, or?
I'm sitting right next to Mr. McClain to see if he has any effort to breathe at all.
And in those 4.5 minutes, while you were sitting next to Mr. McClain, what did you notice about him?
He had no respiratory efforts or no efforts to breathe.
Okay, and that was all on August 27th?
Yep, at around 11:30 in the morning.
Okay. Was that the only test or assessment that you conducted on Mr. McClain?
No, as you know, Mr. McClain was 23 years old, and it's sometimes recommended for children that you should maybe repeat the brain death evaluation. I was hoping Mr. McClain would get better. I wanted to give him every chance to get better. So I made the assessment that let's repeat the brain death evaluation a few hours later, just to make sure we had done it in the right way. And so we repeated the evaluation.
And what happened on the second evaluation?
The second evaluation, his first carbon dioxide level was 42, and we waited 6.5 minutes. The carbon dioxide level went up to 86, and he still had no effort to breathe over those 6.5 minutes.
And again, for those 6.5 minutes, you are next to Mr. McClain during this test?
Correct.
Beyond these two carbon dioxide / breathing assessments, did you conduct any further assessments?
Yeah, as I said, there's a constellation or a group of tests that you do to assess brain death. That's the one that people talk about the most. The other things we do is I shined a light in his eye. It did not constrict. I touched the side of his eye. He did not blink. I stuck something in the back of his throat and he did not gag. Those are all of these very basic brain functions in addition to the breathing. And in addition to that, there were some other tests that were performed. He had had continuous EEG monitoring, which is monitoring brain wave functions. And his EEG had complete suppression or essentially no activity on his EEG. Putting all those things together with the results of the apnea test allowed me to make the assessment that unfortunately Mr. McClain was brain dead.
So before we get to that, I just want to confirm all of these tests that you're doing, are these things that we as like lay people would understand as involuntary functions, breathing, pupil movement to eyes, things like that? Are they involuntary that we have no control over?
They can be involuntary in terms of the pupil reflex. In terms of the breathing, we can override the function. If if I tell you to take a breath, you can do it, but you don't have to do it. Otherwise, you couldn't sleep, right? Every 12 seconds, you'd have to take a breath. So your brain can do it automatically, but some of the things you talked about, your higher brain function can override. But as I said, if you don't have the primitive brain function, because the higher brain function is more susceptible to lack of oxygen, that's not present either.
So I think you mentioned, what was your conclusion after completing these exams and assessments on Mr. McClain?
Unfortunately, that he was brain dead.
Do you recall when you made the finding?
At 3:31 in the afternoon on Tuesday, October 27th.
I have no further questions for this witness. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Doctor, good afternoon. I just have a couple questions about following up with what the Attorney General's office asked you regarding your care of Mr. McClain. Certainly you were discussing the idea that you wanted to give him as best a chance as possible to improve, right?
Correct.
And so before you got to the actual brain death testing, which you have described, there was continuous monitoring of him for any other potential improvement, right?
Correct.
And continuous monitoring of him for any worsening of conditions, right?
Correct.
And I heard you say you're a pulmonologist, right?
Yeah.
So when we see patients in the ICU, the conditions of the lungs often become compromised, correct?
Correct.
In a hospital setting, right?
And out of a hospital setting, yes.
Absolutely. And you have to forgive me because I get so nervous to
That's okay.
examine doctors. But for any of us who have had someone in the ICU or in a really, very critically ill condition, the kind of patients that you help, we see that a lot of times the patients are intubated, correct?
Correct.
They're on this breathing machine. And these things kind of work together, right? The function of the lungs and the function of the heart. It's a very simplistic way for a lawyer to put that, right? We have to make you say yes or no.
Yes, the heart and lungs do work in combination with each other.
Sometimes if, for example, someone has a cardiac arrest or the heart stops, that will then cause the lungs to stop as well, stop breathing.
Correct.
Other times, someone can have an injury to the lungs or have trouble breathing, which will eventually cause the heart to stop, right?
Correct.
And in terms of your care, you know that there are medical records in Mr. McClain's chart from other doctors who were also treating him, correct?
Correct.
And so so we're on the same page. That would be part of what you reviewed as well.
Correct. And I reviewed that when I took over Mr. McClain's care also on Monday morning.
Absolutely. Just from a layperson's perspective, what I'm trying to understand is, as you're monitoring these things, can you always determine, you know, I hate to make this so simplistic, but you have to forgive me, sort of what happened first, the heart or the lungs? Is that always possible to tell?
I would say in this situation, no.
Okay.
So when Mr. McClain, and again, I was not caring for him at the time, but on reviewing his medical records, Mr. McClain, when he came to the hospital, as the lawyer's stating, his heart and lungs were both not working. So he was in cardiac arrest. And that means the heart's not pumping blood to the rest of the body, and he was not breathing on his own. And maybe it's more information than you want or need. The initial rhythm is something called pulseless electrical activity, or sort of a flat line. And that just tells you that the heart's not working. Now, whether that's a primary heart thing or a lung-related thing that led to the heart dysfunction, I don't think you can assess that based on how he initially presented to the hospital.
Understood. I appreciate that. Just a couple more follow-up questions about your care. Going back to what I was saying earlier, where, you know, from a lay perspective, we know that when someone is in the ICU, they often are on the breathing machine. The lungs, when the heart is not working properly, will continue to fill with fluid. Is that correct?
It can. So what happened with Mr. McClain is when your heart stops beating and your body's not getting the oxygen it needs to function normally, different parts of the body will sort of break down. In the lungs, there's a very thin membrane, and on one side's air, and on the other side is blood. That's what the lungs do. The oxygen diffuses across that thin membrane to get into the blood. When someone's critically ill or had a catastrophic injury, and just to put this in perspective, like COVID, okay, that membrane breaks down. And when that membrane breaks down, then those air spaces fill with fluid. And in this situation, it can happen from a lot of things, but it can happen from somebody being in cardiac arrest also.
And so one of the things that you monitor in this in this critical care kind of unit is the lungs, and that's why x-rays were taken, right?
And there are other ways to monitor things too from the breathing machine, such as how much oxygen people need, et cetera.
Absolutely. Lots of ways to measure these kinds of different things. Another thing that you're monitoring is fluid output.
I'm gonna object to this at this point.
Your Honor, he was tendered as an expert in the care of Elijah McClain, and that is the line of questioning I'm asking him about, because they didn't ask him the questions.
Overall,
Thank you. I was asking about the output of fluid. Why is that monitored?
One reason, that's a complicated question. So if somebody, sometimes people are sick because they don't have enough fluid on board, and you're giving them fluid to try to stabilize their blood pressure. And in that situation, you want to make sure you want to give them the right amount of fluid. On the flip side, what I just talked about, when the lungs are filled with fluid, you want to, if their blood pressure is stable, you want to try to get the fluid out of the lungs to make the lungs function better on their own. So you might try to make them have a negative fluid balance. So I mean, it's a tough question about why do we monitor fluid, but that's a reasonable answer.
I appreciate that. And so when we're seeing things on medical records that are monitoring input and output, suffice it to say, you're watching what fluid is you may be introducing to the body, and what is actually coming out. That would matter.
That is correct, with one important caveat, and I say this a lot to patients in the intensive care unit or usually their families. I really wish there was one thing to monitor that would tell us whether someone's going to get better or not, but it's very complex. So you have to look at the whole constellation of what you're doing. There's not one. Sometimes people look at how much oxygen somebody's on and think that's the one factor that's going to predict it. So just with that caveat, you're measuring a lot of different things, of which fluid balance is one of them.
And for Mr. McClain in particular, did I understand correctly from trying to make sense out of medical records that he was being given fluids?
To be honest, I did not review that. I would have to review the records to make sure whether we were actively trying to give him fluids. I would think in the beginning we were, because his blood pressure was very low, but I would have to review those records.
And do you recall, and I will not get this name right, but there was a medication he was given to actually help pull fluids for output. Do you recall if that happened?
I don't recall that. He was on several medications. So his blood pressure was very low. So what we do is we give medications to squeeze the blood vessels to keep the pressure up. And his blood pressure was so low, he was on 3 of those. But that's not really a fluid medication. So again, I would have to review the records to understand. I'm not 100% sure what you're asking, so I'm not sure how to answer that.
That's okay.
Yeah.
If I could just have one moment. Doctor, thank you. That's all I have.
Okay.
Redirect.
And this is just, if you know, you might not, especially without the records in front of you. Would the fluids given at the hospital affect Mr. McClain's lungs and their function? Or at least how they would, the lungs would look at an autopsy?
Probably not.
Okay.
So the reason I would say that is based on how his chest X-rays evolved, he had something called ARDS, or acute respiratory distress syndrome, which, as an aside, was first described here at the University of Colorado in 1967. And that's a permeability problem. That's that the membrane's broken down and the fluids fill the air spaces. And that is that's not majorly affected by his fluid balance. If you have a leaky membrane, it's going to leak no matter how much fluid's on one side of it. If you just kind of think about it in that way, if you have something that is very porous, it's going to leak through no matter how much fluid's on one side. And that's the predominant thing that occurred to Mr. McClain's lungs, and was due to him presenting in cardiac arrest.
So if I'm hearing you right, the fluids given at the hospital would not impact that membrane and that fluidity between the lungs?
To a very, very minor degree, if not at all.
Okay, thank you.
May the witness be excused? All right, you may step down. You're excused. All right, people's next witness is Dr. Buther. Solemnly swear or affirm out to give will be the truth and nothing but.
I do.
All right, thank you. And if you'll please be seated and then state your name and spell your last name.
It's David Buther. It's Beuther.
Your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Buther.
Good afternoon.
Would you please tell the jury what you do for a living?
So I'm a lung doctor. I work at National Jewish Health, where I see patients with all sorts of different problems with their lungs. And I see both outpatients and inpatients in that capacity.
And where is National Jewish Health?
National Jewish Health is in East Denver. It's a national referral center with international reputation for evaluating complex lung problems.
And what do you do at the hospital? What's your specialty?
So it is pulmonology, which is the specialty of lung disease, but I also have certification in critical care medicine, which is the care of people that are really sick in the intensive care unit, as well as internal medicine, which is a more broad specialty.
I'd like to talk a little bit about type of patients you see as a pulmonologist. Can you describe that?
Sure. So I spend a couple of days a week where I see patients in the clinic. They come in as an outpatient. Many of them come here from the Front Range, from Fort Collins down to Pueblo, some of them up in the mountains, many of them from the Denver metro area. But about 30% of my practice are what we call out-of-state patients, which come in usually on an airplane for a week, where they have seen multiple specialists and nobody's figured out why they can't breathe or why they have a cough. And so we set up a very intensive week-long outpatient program where we essentially try to determine the complete and accurate list of problems that they have so that we can help them get better.
And how long have you been doing this?
I've been on the faculty at National Jewish for 18 years.
And what about critical care? What kind of patients do you see when you are doing your job in critical care?
Critical care, many people are not aware of kind of what that is. It's really in many ways primary care for very, very sick people. So we specialize in taking care of people that are in the intensive care unit, which is where you might come if you've had a really severe car accident, or you've had a heart attack, or you've had a blood clot or a stroke. People in the intensive care unit are there because they have a risk of dying within minutes. And so they have very intensive nursing care and very highly skilled people. And so in that capacity, we're often managing not just the lungs, but also heart problems, stomach problems, all sorts of different types of problems.
And how long have you been working in critical care?
Same amount of time for 18 years.
You also mentioned internal medicine.
Yes.
What type of patients do you see in internal medicine?
Well, internal medicine is kind of like the first thing you do after medical school is you pick a specialty, and internal medicine is you can be a primary care physician, but you can go on to focus your specialization after internal medicine in a specific area, like you could be a stomach doctor, a GI doctor. I chose to be a pulmonary and critical care doctor. So it's really the foundation on which the pulmonary and the critical care sit. What that means is that if I see you in clinic for a breathing problem and it turns out that it's not the lungs, you have a thyroid problem, I know how to manage that, but I'm not a primary care physician.
Now, you mentioned that you have a clinic.
Mhm.
and you treat these patients. What do you do besides treating patients at the hospital?
I also have a leadership role at National Jewish. So before I went to medical school, I was an engineer, and there are a few of us actually that are crazy enough to be engineers that went to medical school, and we tend to be the ones that help kind of solve system problems. So I'm one of the physicians that tries to help make sure that you get to the room on time and that the systems all work to help improve quality of care at the organization. So there's kind of a administrative or leadership role that I play when I'm not seeing patients. And what's cool about that is that I'm kind of helping all of my colleagues do a better job taking care of patients.
Speaking of helping your colleagues, do you teach?
I don't teach very much. National Jewish is an academic institution, but it's a private nonprofit where we have trainees come through, but it's not perhaps like the university where we have a lot of structured people come through. We do, our organization does own an allergy fellowship program, which is next to pulmonary, but not pulmonary. So it is only occasionally that I get involved in teaching other trainees. One thing that's important about National Jewish, though, is we take a very strong role, and I'm very active in teaching other physicians around the country and around the world. So we have a medical education program where we develop, where we can help, other doctors or even educate patients how to better treat asthma, how to better treat emphysema, and those sorts of things. So the focus of education is more on the adult education, not the trainees.
Thank you very much. You mentioned asthma. How many of your patients do you treat that have asthma?
So my clinical focus is actually in severe and unusual asthma. And so it's probably something like a third to 40% of my patients. I like to say they're in orbit around planet asthma. They either have asthma or they have something like asthma. And in addition to that, I've published a lot of papers and been involved in research in asthma. So I would say that that I'm thought to be a national or international expert in asthma, and in fact just presented at a conference last week, one of our international conferences about asthma.
You mentioned that you have an engineering background. Is that what you received from your undergraduate degree?
Yes.
And where did you get your undergraduate degree?
The University of Michigan.
And then where did you go to medical school?
The University of Michigan.
Stayed there twice.
Stayed there 3 times. Went there for my internal medicine training, and I was fortunate enough to be asked to come out to Colorado to do this pulmonary and critical care training, which, as a good Michigan person, I thought I'd be out here for 3 years and go back. But I discovered a wonderful community and much better weather, so I stayed.
Certainly. So I would like you to describe to the jury a little bit. You've graduated from medical school and you go into a residency or fellowship. What is that process like?
So it's just an increasing amount of responsibility and independence, as well as an increasing specialization. So you would all hope and expect that somebody that just showed up in medical school that doesn't know a whole lot about medicine is not the primary person taking care of you. They're primarily learning and observing. Medical school is about 4 years. And after that, you're a doctor. But at least in the United States these days, what you need to do is go on and get further specialized training in family medicine or obstetrics or surgery. That's called a residency, and that can last for a couple of years or up to 5 years. Internal medicine was 3 years. Then you can get a certification in that specialty that says, not only did you do this, but you didn't sleep through class and you actually know what you're doing, and you take a test. And so it's experience and training through a certified program, and then you take a test. And then you could be a primary care physician with internal medicine, for example. But then I went on to get what we call subspecialty training in the narrow part of internal medicine that is lungs and the critical care, which was a 3-year fellowship program out here, which is additional training. But as you go through these stages, you get more and more independent, so that by the time you're in this fellowship, you're kind of running the show. And so when I graduated from medical school in 1999, I was really the primary person managing
problem is in the intensive care unit or with patients in the hospital. And gradually through training, you do less of the inpatient and more of the outpatient, and your career transitions a bit. So really it's been since 1999 that I've been kind of primarily responsible for taking care of many of these types of patients.
And you mentioned a certification, and we just talked with the last doctor about being board certified. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, board certification means that extra step that you took to say, yep, stamp of approval, this person actually does know what they're doing.
And it sounds like from what you just told us that you're board certified in 4 different areas.
Yes, so that's internal medicine, which is the general medicine. And then it's within internal medicine, the pulmonary medicine, which is the lungs, and critical care medicine, which is like the super sick people. And then I also have a board certification in clinical informatics, which doesn't really apply here, but part of that administrative role is to help design all these computer systems so they don't hurt people and actually help people. And there's actually a board certification in doing that. So that's part of my expertise as well.
If you had to give the jury an estimate of how many patients you have treated, spoke with, evaluated that had a lung problem, how many patients would that be?
It's hard to say. Over 18 years, it's thousands of patients. At one point, I was keeping track of procedures. We do this procedure called bronchoscopy where we sedate you. It's an outpatient procedure, but similar to like a colonoscopy, we can go into the lungs. And at one point, I was up to 700 of those procedures and stopped keeping track because I didn't need to any longer. So in terms of patients in the clinic, it's in the thousands.
Do you work with a forensic pathologist at the hospital?
I work with pathologists very closely, but not typically forensic pathologists.
So tell us what the difference is.
So a pathologist is kind of like if you have a lump or a bump and you go to the doc and they say, oh, this looks kind of scary, maybe it's cancer, let's do a biopsy or let's cut it out and see what it is. That tissue is sent to a lab and they process it. And ultimately you have a physician, an MD, who's trained not in internal medicine, but in pathology. And their job is to look at these slides and determine, is it cancer? Is it something else? And so it's more of a diagnostic to serve like the clinic. And so, you might have an unusual lung problem and I might get a lung biopsy and work closely with our pathologist to figure out what that is. My understanding of forensic pathology is it's really a similar skill set, but again, a further specialization within pathology to focus more on crime or events and to try to determine what happened. Many of the same tools are used in terms of measuring things in the blood and looking at things under the microscope.
Thank you very much. The last area I'd like to go to about your background is, do you do research or do you write any type of papers?
Yes, I do research. I actually also have a PhD that focuses more on on asthma. And have about almost 50 publications. I think it's 48 right now. Some of them are, just kind of quick reports, and some of them are full articles that have been peer reviewed by other colleagues.
Have you written any type of papers or been a part of a research that works with or has the effects of mask and asthma?
Yes, that's really specialized, isn't it? In 2006, we had actually another type of engineer come to our pulmonary group and had a mask that they were selling, and they had so many comments from people with asthma about how much better they felt when wearing a mask, that it was almost as good or better than taking your inhalers for preventing asthma symptoms that commonly flare up. So you go for a run or you try to exercise and you might get wheezing or cough or shortness of breath. And we often have people take a short-acting inhaler to prevent that. And it has side effects that makes people sometimes feel lousy. And he was getting comments that this mask prevented asthma significantly. And so we studied that. We did a clinical trial where we randomized people to a sham fake mask versus this special kind of mask, which warmed and humidified air. And we're able to show that it was as good or better than using your inhaler. We probably want people to do both, but we published that in Chest in 2006.
And lastly, do you have continuing education obligations?
Yes, definitely a lot of continuing education. Some of you might think this is a nightmare, but it never stops. And in fact, every time we have to renew our hospital privileges to admit patients every 2 years, whenever we have to renew our license, we have to demonstrate that we've done a certain amount of work to keep our education up to date. There are even new requirements about I have a license to prescribe controlled substances. So like you need a pain medicine, I can prescribe that to you. But in order to get that license, I have to do special training and how to reduce the chance that I could cause somebody to become addicted. And so there's just different layers. The typical thing is called CME, or continuing medical education. But these board certifications that we talked about also require a continuing effort to maintain them. It's not one and done. And it used to be a big, huge exam every 10 years for each one of these. So I'd have 4 exams spread out over 10 years. Now some of them are working to every 3 months, you get a whole bunch of questions you have to do online. And so they're just constantly innovating. And so there's always something going on where we're doing that. And it's hours and hours a year.
Your Honor, at this point, the people would like to tender this expert in pulmonology and critical care medicine.
Any board or objection?
I will not object to that scope of expertise, Your Honor.
The court will allow the witness to explain and opine in the areas of pulmonary medicine and critical care medicine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Dr. Breather, as part of your job every day, do you sometimes think of yourself as a medical investigator?
Yeah, that's particularly my job. Where I work, we call it the solution shop, and no one's figured you out. And so my main job for particularly these new patients that we see, we assemble information from all sorts of different sources together, along with our own interview of the patient and then some additional testing to figure it out.
And when you, in your job, how often do you think that you are acting sort of as a medical investigator to figure out why a patient is not getting better?
Well, for 1 to 2 weeks out of every month, I have these out-of-state patients that come with a suitcase full of records, and the town had a fundraiser, and they're here to figure it out. And, for those patients, it's that entire week, that's all I'm doing is trying to figure it out. We certainly get patients that are straightforward. So not everyone is a medical mystery. Sometimes it is, kind of what's a better medicine for this condition. But I would say a majority of all new patients are truly this kind of issue, whether they know it or not, of what's wrong with me. So it's really common that somebody comes to me and says, I have asthma and my medicines aren't working. And I find out that they have a heart problem or a throat problem or reflux or some other thing. So one of the biggest challenges we have in this country is an epidemic of chronic disease and misdiagnosis. And that's the heart of what we do and what I do at National Jewish.
Could you give the jury some idea when you say these patients come in with a suitcase full of records? What are we talking about?
Well, sometimes, fortunately now, it's a little bit more electronic, so you can go through it a little bit more quickly. Sometimes it is a stack an inch thick, and maybe 90% of that isn't that helpful, but you have to sort through it because nobody's really done this for these patients. That's why they have not been successful. But it is not exaggerating to say sometimes they bring a carry-on suitcase and it is full of records. And that's not a common thing, but every week you can come to National Jewish and we'll find you a patient that brought a suitcase full of records. And that's because maybe there have been multiple admissions to the hospital, multiple specialists, lots of tests. And one of the challenges is we have to dig down and find out, we don't just want to assume that test was done correctly. Many people have done a test, but it wasn't done right or it wasn't interpreted correctly. And so some of our success is just spending the time and digging into that, the fine details. And And that's important. I would say actually the biggest advantage we have is the time with the patient to let them tell their story for once, because most of the time, no one's let them talk. Usually the patient tells us actually what's wrong with them.
Sounds like it's really important in your investigations to always keep an open mind.
Yes, and we have data to say that if you come to National Jewish with asthma, 1/3 of the time you don't have asthma, even if you thought you had it for your whole life. 1/3 of the time you have asthma, but that's not why you're not doing well. You have something else in addition. And then 1/3 of the time it's actually asthma and it's difficult and we apply whatever we can. So 2/3 of the time with asthma, we're barking up the wrong tree and we have to figure that out.
So I would like to turn now to your involvement in the Elijah McClain investigation.
Okay.
Can you tell the jury how you got involved?
So the attorney, as I understand it, the Attorney General's office was asked to investigate what happened with Elijah McClain. And one of the first things they did is say, like, we need to figure out what actually happened here. And one of the first phone calls they made is to talk to National Jewish. We have maybe the world's best lung place right here in our backyard. Let's try to find somebody there. I won't say I'm the world's best, but you're stuck with me. But one of the people that does this for a living for a couple of decades, and one of my more senior doctors got a phone call and asked me to do it. And so that's how I got involved, kind of just like a clinic patient. You know, what happened here? And so that's when I started getting involved.
When you got involved, were you provided a series of information, sort of like that suitcase of records, and did you go through them?
Yes, I was given kind of medical records as well as statements and interviews. And then we had a whole lot of this body worn camera video that you have seen or will see. I started with the medical records because that's what I know the best. And so I started with what happened with Dr. Moss and the University of Colorado. I had medical records from the Children's Hospital looking into, you know, did Mr. McClain have asthma? So I was kind of looking at all of the objective medical records that I'm most familiar with, and then went to some of these other sources that I don't usually get in clinic, like, you know, video at the convenience store, body-worn camera video, and look through all of that as my best attempt to kind of examine the patient like I would in clinic.
Can you give the jury some idea of how important it is to look at the underlying medical records that you got from University of Colorado, such as the x-rays and the images? Why would you want those?
Well, because tests sometimes can be misleading and tests sometimes can give you false results. You're probably all familiar with that to some degree, but it's far more objective. And just one anecdote is I was wondering whether, like, was this an asthma attack? And in the hospital on the breathing machine, you can actually measure whether the breathing tubes are narrowed or not, and they weren't. You know, and there were medical records from an autopsy that actually looked at the lungs, and there wasn't very much asthma. And so we in medicine sometimes do a better job telling you what you don't have than what you do have. I'm sure some of you have been frustrated by that. I was quickly able to determine what was not relevant here. And then, you know, the more complicated task of what actually happened could be more focused.
I'm going to get to what was not relevant, but I still would like to stick with the records that you looked at so the jury knows. Did you look at any video from what happened in the ambulance?
Yes, so there were written records from the EMS, you know, talking about the patient and their status, but there was also a video when Mr. McClain wasn't breathing. They were doing procedures in the ambulance to try to save his life, and fortunate enough, we had video of them doing that. So I was able to really get everything that I would want after this event happened to understand, was the medical care he got after this event in the ambulance at the hospital of good quality? Did everybody do everything I would have done to try to save him.
And did they?
Absolutely.
I want to turn to the body worn camera. You mentioned earlier that this is not the type of information that you typically get,
Correct.
but did you find it helpful and was it significant for you?
You know, it was both helpful and significant um, because we need to understand the context for all of this that happens. And one of the things I was most worried about, because it was very clear that Mr. McClain had at least one episode of aspiration, which we'll talk about. He had a pneumonia. To try to determine, when was that going on? Was he able to, recover or respond from that? And so his position and kind of what was going on with his body was really important for kind of figuring out his risk and what was going on medically with him at the time.
You have testified that you see patients and was watching the body worn camera sort of like seeing Elijah McClain as a patient.
Well, I would want to be very careful that he was not my patient. I didn't take care of him. But I have a lot of experience with, consulting informally or formally on patients that I've not seen, where I review the records and I get a history and I'm able to help put things together. And this was like the subjective part of an exam. If you came to see me in clinic and said, I'm short of breath, I'm going to examine your lungs and how you're breathing and what you look like. And I'm going to ask you questions about, what makes it worse or better. And the video for me filled at least part of that kind of more subjective part of the evaluation. So we kind of went from what we know objectively happened medically to kind of trying to ask the questions, how did that happen? Which in some cases we're able to nail down really well. In some cases, I think there's still some uncertainty.
How about reviewing toxicology reports?
Yeah, toxicology report was something I'm used to reviewing, and I had access to this time as well.
At some point in the investigation, were you actually able to see Elijah McClain's, the physical mask?
Yes. So when I was first engaged in 2021, I did not have direct access. I believe there may have been some photographs, but I didn't have direct access to the mask. But I did see that in evidence May of this year to actually look at it.
And how did that inform your decision or your opinion, or did you find that significant?
Well, it was very significant for two reasons. One is that because I had done this little study 15 years ago, I knew a bit more than I should about different types of masks. And I wanted to make sure, was that the kind of mask that the nose and the mouth are completely sealed off, or was the face open? And it was one of those where, your face is completely covered. And then I was very interested in kind of, could I see anything at all about the possibility that he may have vomited while having this mask on? And frankly, I wasn't expecting to find much, because after 2 or 3 years, you'd expect any liquid to evaporate. And not to get too gruesome, but I was actually kind of surprised to see how much there were like chunks of food and stomach content still dried up on the inside of that mask. So it was helpful for me to think about what it must have been like to have, a mask over the face. And obviously there was some vomiting into that mask and potentially an inability to get it off.
And in this case, how many reports have you written?
So really one primary report back in, it was either May or June of 2021. And then, that report was kind of trying to answer this question of what the heck happened here. But as things progressed along, there were more specific questions. And so more detailed focused questions were asked that I didn't get a chance to expand upon in that report. There were also some additional pieces of information. There were more statements and experts and testimony. So there was a supplemental report that's just a couple of pages that I generated in May of this year to kind of expand upon those points, just to try to further answer questions.
And what supplemental information did you look at or review in order to write your supplemental report?
So one thing was my ability to directly inspect the mask itself, to hold it in my hands and see it. There were several other reports. There was some prior testimony that was around the same time I had provided some testimony, but I had not had a chance to review those other experts and witnesses. And so I had transcripts from their situation. There was also a change to the death certificate, so I had access to that, as well as experts like pathologists, both the primary pathologist and there was a consulting pathologist. And so I had some of those experts to review. Not sure that it changed a whole lot, but we wanted to make sure, it had been 2 years, is there anything new or different, in my opinion? And there really wasn't.
And is that pretty common in your everyday job when you're doing the medical investigations? Is it similar to this, that you will look at additional information and perhaps add more information to your opinions?
Yeah, it's routine, actually, because we don't always get it right. So when new information comes around, we take that in, and that either confirms the direction we're heading in or it tells us to head in a different direction. That new information could be history. Like I've had patients say, hey, this thing happened to me and it was new and different. Let me tell you about it. Or it could be that we did a test like a CT scan or something and it showed something new. And so we're constantly taking in all available information. We really feel that, diagnosis is complex. It's usually more than one thing. It's almost never just one thing. And it's a living kind of concept that we continue to evolve over time. Not a whole lot of evolution occurred in this case, but that's the nature of this. There was a lot of information I hadn't seen in May of 2021 and wanted to review that.
Certainly. I would like to go through now the night of August 24th of 2019 and sort of talk about how things were progressing and your observation of Elijah McClain.
Okay.
But before we do that, I wanted to know, did you actually give an opinion about the cause of death in this case?
Yes, I did.
And did you give it to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
So as I go through and we talk about what is going on with Elijah McClain medically, will you let us know whether or not you can say things to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, or if you can't?
Okay, I will.
So you mentioned earlier that when you started, that you often, as a physician, rule things out before you say, this is it. Is that fair?
That's fair.
All right. So in this case, I want to talk about the things you ruled out. So let's start with asthma. Did Elijah McClain have asthma?
He didn't appear to have any significant active asthma. And I might sound a little like an attorney when I say that, but the reason I say that is he was known to have asthma, but there was no evidence that he ever regularly took any medication. He didn't have any doctor visits for asthma. He had, over years, no history of asthma attacks. And on his autopsy, he had very little, if any, evidence of the types of things we would find for asthma. But some people get mild symptoms when they exercise, and I don't know whether he might have had a very tiny bit of asthma.
Do you think it contributed to his death in this case?
I'm absolutely certain it did not contribute to his death.
Why not?
Because of these findings. So fatal asthma is something that unfortunately still happens about once every 3.5 hours in the United States. Somebody dies of asthma. Those people have the bronchial tubes are just completely constricted and full of inflammation. It's obvious. We get autopsies in these people and they look so different. And like I mentioned, the way his lungs were behaving in the hospital was entirely opposite of what we'd expect for somebody with asthma. So we know for certain, beyond a reasonable degree of medical certainty, it was not asthma that contributed to or caused his death.
As part of some of the anecdotal information that you read in this case as the sort of medical investigator, did you read any reports from family members that Elijah McClain was a runner?
Yeah, I heard that he ran fairly regularly, although it wasn't clear, what that meant, and that he was interested in health.
And you said you looked at the Shell Station video. As you watched Mr. McClain on that video, was it significant to you, or was there any apparent medical issue going on at the time, right before the police officers contacted him?
Well, what we get there is kind of this bird's eye view from a security camera. So it has some limitation, but we can see Mr. McClain coming up to pay for his snacks or drinks that he was buying. And even with his mask on, you could tell he was breathing comfortably. You know, he wasn't laboring hard to breathe. He wasn't having any trouble at all visually. So we can't use that to make a detailed diagnosis, but I've seen hundreds and hundreds of asthma exacerbations, and this was not it. You know, he was not having an asthma exacerbation. He was breathing just normally and really kind of, from a medical standpoint, looked like a normal person without any major medical issue.
What about the toxicology report? Was there anything significant about that in your investigation?
Excuse me. Yeah, so in the intensive care unit, one of the common reasons to get really, really sick is because you took something that you shouldn't have, either an overdose of a prescription medication or an illicit drug, you know, like cocaine or something. And those can cause breathing problems. So I was very interested to see, you know, is this a case of somebody that had a significant, you know, overdose or substance use? And we can screen for those things in a toxicology report. And it was almost completely clean or normal. The only thing was a little bit of marijuana, which is not unusual in the state of Colorado, but also can linger in the system for days and days, and is not something that causes any respiratory problems. So, so I was very comfortable that there wasn't apparently anything on that toxicology report that was a contributor, a significant contributor or cause of his death, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty.
And how is it that you know that marijuana doesn't affect a person's breathing?
Well, because we, you know, we're very interested in that, being at, you know, a respiratory referral hospital at the first state to legalize marijuana. It's been difficult to study because of a federal moratorium, but certainly smoking marijuana can sometimes cause some irritation. If you have asthma, it could make it worse, although there's some evidence it could make it better. So it can cause some irritation like cigarettes can. But in cases where people overdose on either ingested or smoked marijuana, they can get psychological changes, but they don't stop breathing. So things like morphine or pain pills or sedatives like Valium can cause you to stop breathing or breathe more shallowly. Morphine might impair your judgment and cause you to do some other things you shouldn't do, but it doesn't affect breathing. We know that because we've studied it.
Okay. The other substance that was found in the toxicology report was what, Dr. Buther?
I don't remember.
Ketamine?
Oh, ketamine, of course. Sorry. That's usually not one that we have, you know, in our pocket. But ketamine, of course, was in there, and we know later on that ketamine was administered to Mr. McClain. So that was no surprise to see that in there.
And we'll get into more detail about that as we progress.
Sure.
But there were no other, I would say, illicit or illegal drugs in Mr. McClain's system.
Correct.
No cocaine, no heroin, no methamphetamine, no PCP, nothing like that.
Nothing like that.
How about the issue of an allergic reaction? Could that have caused Mr. McClain's death?
Well, severe allergic reactions are something that, you know, being in the world of National Jewish Allergy and Respiratory, we see a lot. And first of all, there are often obvious signs and symptoms. Oftentimes with life-threatening allergic reactions, you get swelling of the tongue, swelling of the throat, and usually they evolve very, very rapidly, sometimes in association with big welts on the skin called hives. And so part of the evaluation in that ambulance was looking at those sorts of issues. I mean, I could actually see into Mr. McClain's throat when he wasn't breathing, but they were putting this tube in to help him breathe, and you could see his throat was open. So we know that it's not a severe allergic reaction, but then if he died of a severe allergic reaction, we might have seen that on autopsy, but I want to caution here, he was hospitalized several days before that autopsy. So our way of determining it was not a severe allergic reaction is really more what we see on the body-worn camera video, what we see from EMS. And then again, when he's on a breathing machine in the hospital, we have ways of telling whether the lungs are shutting down from an allergic reaction, which usually means you can't push air in and out. That was not the problem that Mr. McClain had. So we know that to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, it was not an allergic reaction.
What about a heart attack?
So heart attacks are pretty unusual in young folks, but they can happen. There are some people that are born with certain abnormalities of blood vessels that I don't want to get into, but most of those he did not have. There was a curious finding at the autopsy where one of the three main arteries that supplies blood to the heart was narrower than normal. So the question came up, well, maybe under intense physical exertion, he couldn't get enough blood supply to his heart. We know to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, at least I do, that this was not the case. And we know that because when you have a heart attack, at autopsy, you see a big area of the muscle supplied by that artery is dead. It's just scar. And they did not see that at autopsy. The other thing that that's really important is when we get Mr. McClain in the ambulance, and the first time we really see what his heart rhythm is, it is not what we usually see with heart attack. Usually we see something called ventricular fibrillation, a squiggly thing that you shock and they come back. He did not have that. He had something very different that I would not expect. So all of these things together make it very clear to me that he did not suffer a heart attack as the cause of his death, and it did not significantly contribute.
You mentioned that you had reviewed the autopsy reports. Did something stick out in the autopsy that you found particularly relevant in this investigation regarding his lungs and the weight of the lungs?
Sure. So the lungs are really just about the only abnormal thing, but they were extremely abnormal. We're trained that when we're really interested in something like lungs, look at everything else first, so you're not distracted. And I did that. And so there wasn't a stroke, there wasn't a heart attack, et cetera. The lungs were very, very heavy and full of fluid. He essentially was drowning of a pneumonia. And it affected almost his entire right lung. So he lost the full function of his entire right lung because it was full of fluid. What was even more notable for me was there were food particles and stomach contents detected at autopsy in the lung. In other words, the autopsy showed us that somehow his stomach contents came up into his throat and spilled in and helped to fill up his lungs. Something called aspiration pneumonia, which we can talk more about. But he had clear evidence of aspiration pneumonia beyond any doubt. In the lungs this was not mild, this was in the category of something that is extremely life-threatening to have this degree of pneumonia and injury to the lung.
So we're going to talk a little bit about the lungs. And I would like to have people's exhibit shown to the witness, 250. And Dr. Buther, if you could just look at that exhibit and let me know if you believe that having this as a demonstrative evidence and showing it to the jury would help you sort of explain to the jury how the lungs function and the role of aspiration in the lungs.
Yeah, I think this would be very important just to explain what's going on here when there's fluid in the lungs.
Your Honor, I would like to put up the people's exhibit 250 so that Dr. Buther can use it to explain to the jury certain aspects of this case.
Do you want to admit it?
I do, Judge.
Objection or Woodyard?
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, the court will admit exhibit 250.
May we please publish it? Thank you. All right, Dr. Buther, you're on. What are we seeing in this diagram?
So the first thing is that the lungs sit in the chest, and there's only one way into the lungs, and that's through your mouth and nose, down through this windpipe, which is that gray thing there. And
I'm sorry.
yeah,
Do you have a laser that we could use?
Yeah, it's right up on the shelf there. I don't know. There it is.
so the lung is kind of like an upside down tree. It's got a trunk here, and then it divides into a left lung and a right lung. And then you can see in this diagram, it just kind of keeps dividing into the smaller and smaller branches. And that's how we distribute air through all parts of the lung. And that's how we fill them with air. And so one job of the lung is really just a pump through the breathing muscle that sits here and separates your chest from your belly. It's shaped like a dome, and when it contracts, it pulls down. And that makes the lungs bigger, and it draws air in. And so one job of the lung is just to get air from the outside deep into the lung. And then there's kind of almost like a rubber band, an elastic kind of moment where if you just relax, all the air comes out, and it comes back out through the same way. And so that's the number one job of the lungs, is to get air in and out. The second job of the lung is once the air is in these really tiny sacs called alveoli, the real meat and potatoes of the lung is getting the oxygen from these air sacs into the bloodstream. This is how we get oxygen. It's the only way we get oxygen. And so there are all these blood vessels that sit around these microscopic air sacs, and they pick up oxygen. The other thing that happens is that we're kind of like an engine. We take in oxygen and we blow out exhaust. And so whether it's digesting a sandwich or walking up the stairs, the product of your body moving and doing things is that oxygen is burned, and the waste product is carbon dioxide. And we blow carbon dioxide back out through here. And that comes through this very important air sac. And we have millions of these things. And if you spread them out, they're about the size of a tennis court. You all have a tennis court inside your lungs that's getting oxygen in. And the main challenge is that if you get any fluid down in here, that fluid is going to flood these air sacs. And if fluid is filling the air sacs, you can't get oxygen in and you can't get carbon dioxide out. The lung is pretty good about adapting to a little bit of this. It tends to shift around where the air is going and the blood is going. So you can have a small area of your lung filled with fluid from a pneumonia, and maybe you're not feeling too bad, but you can quickly overwhelm this. About a typical smaller bottle of soda, if you dump that into your lung, you wouldn't be able to breathe. And so when we have bleeding in the lung, for example, people die of suffocation before they die of blood loss, because it doesn't take very much blood in the lung. And so the body's defense is to try to cough this stuff out. So we get bleeding, we get infection, which is bacterial pneumonia. Our friend SARS-CoV-2 caused viral pneumonia. That's why people got so sick, is sometimes the virus did this. But what I see in clinic very commonly is varying degrees of this thing called airway aspiration, where something like that you're eating or drinking, or something coming up from your stomach, let's say you vomited or regurgitated, and if you take a deep breath at the wrong time, that stuff can go down into the lung. And then you have stomach acid, food particles, like all sorts of nasty stuff, digestive enzymes in the lung. And that causes a type of pneumonia called aspiration pneumonia, which is a chemical irritation. And we all probably do a little bit of this now and again. Some of my patients do it a little bit more, and they get recurring episodes. But if you have a large amount of this affecting a large part of the lung, it can kill you. And it has, and I've seen that happen many times.
We'll get into more details in a little bit, but is that exactly one of the problems that Elijah McClain had?
Yes.
I would like to show Dr. Buther 251, please. Dr. Buther, if you look at this second diagram. And would this help you explain to the jury why sometimes food goes down the wrong pipe?
Yes, it would.
People would ask to admit 251 and publish it, Your Honor.
Objection or for doubt? All right. The exhibit will be admitted and I'll publish it.
So what are we looking here?
So this, I know it looks weird, but it's a cross section. If somebody took a sword and cut you down the middle, this is what you would look like. And so this is the nose, this is the mouth and the lips. This big thing here is your tongue. And the important thing really that I want to point out, this isn't to get you an anatomy lesson, but you have two tubes here. Right here, you have your windpipe. It goes to the lungs. We want just air going down there. Right next to it, we have this usually mostly collapsed floppy tube called the esophagus, and that goes to the stomach. So if you're sitting right here in the back of the throat, you have a choice. Am I going to go to the stomach? Am I going to go to the lungs? And swallowing is a very fine orchestration of a lot of things for it to work right. But one of your main protections against food and drink going into the lungs is this flappy thing called the epiglottis. That will close to seal this off so that when you swallow your sandwich or drink your coffee, it goes down into the esophagus. All of us have had the experience where something went down the wrong pipe, right? And what that is you may have been talking a lot or breathing hard and eating or drinking and not thinking what you're doing, and a little bit of material went down into the windpipe. And there are all sorts of nerves here that are designed to fire off and say, holy moly, this shouldn't be here. And you start coughing like crazy. And most people who are conscious and awake and can control their position and have good lung function can take deep breaths and cough really hard and knock stuff back out of here so it goes down in the stomach where you spit it out. It is when a huge volume comes down here or when you aren't able to cough effectively that material doesn't just stay here and get kicked out. It goes down into the deep lung where we showed you. So I guess you could call it a design flaw, but the lungs and the stomach have an entrance right next to each other. What I see in a lot of patients in the outpatient world is they have reflux at night and stomach contents come up while they're sleeping. And then this will spill into the lungs and they'll develop chronic lung problems or a cough or something. When this is very severe, it can flood the lung and cause someone to pass away or get very sick.
I would like to show People's Exhibit 252. Dr. Buther, I'd like you to look at this photograph. And this is a photograph that shows the airway and the esophagus and how close they are.
Yes.
And would it help you to have this picture to show the jury just how
Yes.
easy it is for food or drink to go down the wrong pipe?
Yes.
We would like to admit 252 and publish it to the jury, Your Honor.
No objection.
All right, 252 will be admitted. I'll publish it in just a moment. Ms.
Thank you.
Joyce, if you could figure out the next 10 or 15 minutes when it's a good time to break.
Judge, we can break now. I'm happy to do that. Or if the court wants to finish with this exhibit and break right after.
That's fine.
Great.
So this is what it actually looks like if you put a camera down somebody's throat. This is some of the muscles and cartilage that control the entrance to, this is the lung right here where the red dot is. These little white things are the vocal cords. It's how we talk. Those vocal cords go together to make you cough. But this is the entrance to the lung. This white arrow is the entrance to the esophagus. So if you were to vomit and then take a deep breath, you could see how it could easily go down into the lungs rather than into the esophagus. And similarly, if you have swallowing problems or you're doing like I do and you eat too fast, sometimes all the food and drink don't go down where the white arrow is. Some of it goes to where the black arrow is. So it's just a real world version of that other more abstract diagram. They're right next to each other.
And is this the reason why I can't run in a 10K and drink at the same time?
It's why you have to be very careful when you go to grab that water. Oftentimes I advise people to stop or to tuck their chin in, which helps to close this off. But the challenge is when you're running that 10K, if you're as out of shape as I am, you're breathing pretty hard. And when you're breathing hard, you sometimes don't have enough time to fully swallow. And so usually that your first swallow doesn't fully get rid of all the liquid. And so it pools around here. And so you think you swallowed most of it, but there's still 10 or 15% of that fluid is sitting around here. But then you breathe in and it goes right there. And then you start coughing. That's why that happens.
And we'll get into it in more detail, but is this one of the problems, again, that Elijah McClain had?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, if it's appropriate for you, we're happy to stop.
All right, that's fine. Folks, we're going to take our afternoon break at this time. Please recall, don't form or express any opinions or discuss the case even amongst yourselves. Do no independent research, avoid any press coverage about this case or cases of this nature. And I'd like to have you back in 15 minutes or so. So the court will excuse the jurors. Jurors entering. The jurors have returned. Please be seated. In case number 21 CR 2794, people of the state of Colorado v. Nathan Woodyard. Dr. Buther is on the witness stand, still under oath. You may continue with your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Buther, I'd like to show you People's Exhibit 257. If we could show him. Exhibit. And you have it, okay?
I do now, yes.
And do you recognize what this is?
Yes, it's a diagram of the cough cycle.
And would this be helpful for you to explain to the jury a little bit about how the body coughs? And
Yes.
what's needed? People would ask to admit and publish 257, Your Honor.
Questions or objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
257 may be admitted.
What are we looking at, Dr. Buther?
So we all take cough for granted because it's a reflex, but this is to show the various things that you have to do to cough effectively. And I say cough effectively because, like, there's a cough that makes a little bit of a noise, but doesn't really expel anything out of the lungs. Effective cough means that you're really getting stuff that shouldn't be there out of the lungs. So there are 4 phases, and this is what the diagram shows. In the first phase, it's called irritation. That's that the body has to be able to sense that something is in the windpipe that should not be. So if somebody is unconscious, they wouldn't feel the need to cough because they would not know that there's something down there. But if you're awake, if there's anything in the lungs, whether it's mucus or food or anything, it will send off signals to the brain to tell you that you need to cough. The second phase is the beginning of the actual cough. Now, to cough effectively, you need to be able to generate a big breath in. And that's the inspiration part. So if you come by the clinic, I'll show you some patients I have that have 15% lung function. They can't take a deep breath in. They can't cough effectively because they don't have the lung function. And they're at increased risk of pneumonia because of that. So the first thing you want to do is take the biggest breath in possible to get as much air into the lungs as you can. Then the third phase is called compression, and this might be very, very short, but what you're doing is you're closing the gate to the lungs. You're closing the vocal cords. And when we do that, we tighten those vocal cords very, very strongly so no air can get out. And then we push. And we push with the muscle in the belly, the diaphragm. We push with all the muscles around the chest. We're usually sitting up or forward. And during compression, what we're doing is building up pressure. What you want is a big pressure difference. Expulsion is the explosion. That's the actual cough. So you suddenly release this blockage by opening up your vocal cords, and all that pressure releases. And by doing that, the lung quickly deflates, and you get this huge surge of air out of the lungs. And when you get a big flow of air out of the lungs, that's what's going to push liquid or solid particles or things out of the lung. Now, it's common, we've all had this, coughing fit where you're coughing over and over and over again. That's because every time you do this, you move this foreign material up a little bit. It doesn't all come out immediately. So you have to be able to do this repeatedly to effectively clear the airways. And the lower down the stuff is, the longer you're going to have to cough, the more work you're going to have to do. So if a piece of your sandwich gets into your upper windpipe, you're going to sense it. You're going to take a deep breath in. You're going to do this compression phase, and then you're going to blow it out. And maybe 2 or 3 efforts at that, it comes out. If deep in the lung you have this pneumonia where there is infection or fluid or stomach contents, you're probably going to be coughing a lot more if you can. And it becomes more important because if you can cough out at least some of that material, then you can breathe better. In other words, if you can unplug the lung of all this stuff, you can open up some of those air sacs that were previously flooded, and that'll help you breathe better.
Dr. Buther, if you have that sandwich sort of stuck at the lower of the throat, not all the way down in the lungs, are there some positions that a person has that is better or more effective to be able to do a cough and to get it out?
Yes, and we do this routinely when we do procedures and people are waking up from anesthesia. It's really important that they can cough. And so we will sit them forward and upright and maybe even leaning forward a little bit so they can cough more effectively. The lungs actually are at their greatest kind of mechanical function, leaning a little bit forward. If you have friends or relatives with bad emphysema on oxygen, you'll sometimes see them sitting that way. That's so that they can breathe better. So you can cough in any position, but when you're lying down or on your side, you have lost a half a liter to a liter of lung volume. If you're standing up, gravity can help pull open your lungs. You can take a deeper breath. And like we said, the deeper the breath, the more effective the cough.
You mentioned earlier that you've had some patients that have like 20% ability to breathe. What does it look like for them to cough?
They cough more and they're much less effective at it. And that means that if they do aspirate, if something they're eating or drinking goes down the wrong way, or let's say they have a pneumonia, they're going to be less effective at getting the mucus or other material out, which puts them at risk for getting worse or being in the hospital. In fact, many of those patients, we prescribe them various maneuvers and treatments to help increase their ability to clear mucus because they can't do it on their own.
So I want to talk about Elijah McClain's ability to breathe and to cough. At some point, as you were watching the body-worn cameras, did you notice that there was a time where he could not do an effective cough?
Yes. So
based on what you saw on the body-worn camera, do you have a medical opinion whether or not Mr. McClain could do an effective cough?
So Mr. McClain at various times during this video is in a position where he cannot cough as effectively as we would like him to.
And you had mentioned that like the 20% patient who couldn't cough. Was there a point in time where Mr. Elijah McClain's breathing rate was that low, as you saw on the body-worn camera?
Objection, speculation, that is outside the scope of expertise in terms of body.
All right, I think the testimony earlier was that Dr. Buther deals on a regular basis with live patients. So the court notes the objection for the record, but will overrule the objection.
So at times we see that for somebody that was having trouble breathing, that they were not breathing deeply enough or frequently enough.
And did you ever get, based on your viewing the body-worn camera and seeing Elijah McClain and the number of breaths he was taking, could you give a percentage of where he was at that moment?
I could not give a percentage, but we have all had the experience of little brother or sister sitting on our chest and that we can't take a deep breath. And so there are times on that video where I could see that with pressure on the abdomen or the chest wall, that's going to significantly reduce lung capacity, even over this reduction in lung capacity of being lying on the ground rather than upright. So we can say that there was a significant reduction in the lung volume based on it's additive, the lying on the ground, plus at times when somebody was pressing on his chest or his abdomen, he would be less able to take a deep breath.
You watched a lot of the body worn camera video?
I watched every body worn camera video all the way through till there was some camera of when he was at the University of Colorado Hospital.
Did you ever see Mr. McClain able to do this effective cough?
No.
So I want to start with after Elijah is walking from the shell market and he gets contacted by the police and there's a physical struggle. Can you tell the jury what is happening medically within Elijah McClain's body?
So with any like intense physical exertion, that causes a lot of energy to go to the muscles. And it's a type of activity where you're maximally engaged, which means your muscles get fatigued. And when your muscles are getting sore or fatigued, that's a condition where you're not getting enough oxygen to your muscles and you're starting to go into a state called lactic acidosis. This happens to healthy people when they are exercising and suddenly they kind of hit the wall or they feel their muscles burning. That's a situation where you're no longer able to get enough oxygen to the muscle and it shifts the way it gets its energy. And what that does is it generates a lot more carbon dioxide, a lot more exhaust, and that comes to the lungs. And so there is a dramatic increase in the demand for the lungs to breathe more to get rid of the carbon dioxide. So there's a shift from a controlled breathing to much more rapid and deep breathing required to get the body back in balance because of this muscle lactic acid.
And if nothing is impairing your ability to breathe, will you get back in balance fairly quickly?
Fairly quickly is relative, but there are studies in athletes that if they're able to continue to exercise and breathe freely, that this lactic acid can clear for the most part within about 8 to 10 minutes. And you're probably back to normal in a half an hour. But there are studies where athletes were brought into this state and then forced not to move at all, not to exercise. And it took twice as long for them to clear that. So at least 20 minutes to clear that lactic acid out. So you kind of have to flush it out. That's why we never want to just suddenly stop exercising. We want to cool down. And so yes, in the healthy state, it clears out fairly quickly, but it takes 10 to 20 minutes depending upon how active you are in recovery.
Based on your medical investigation on this case, was there something that caused Elijah McClain's lactic acid to be impaired by something else?
So we don't have measurements of the actual lactic acid. This is an area where we wish we had more information, but based on the intensity of the physical struggle, we can assume based on experience and knowledge of how the lungs and the body works that there was a significant lactic acid buildup. And the main way that we would detect that is a substantial increase in respiratory rate or feeling that you can't breathe or trying to gasp for air. And we do see some increase in the amount of breathing that's going on that tape.
At the time that you see that increase in breathing, does Elijah McClain still have the mask on?
Some of this is a little unclear on the video. We don't have a direct video of him during some parts of that initial struggle. So we hear verbalizations about breathing and we hear heavy respirations, but we don't always have him on video to directly see that. So I think the reasonable assumption based on that some of these sounds early in the video were muffled and then they became much more clear that it's more likely than not that there was a mask on at the time that he's saying certain things and breathing hard because of the nature of the sound.
Would the lactic acid in his body be affected by the fact that he has a mask on?
So it does slightly reduce your ability to get rid of the carbon dioxide, but it probably doesn't reduce your ability all that much, just the mask by itself.
You mentioned that you saw the mask in person and that you saw that there was vomit inside the mask.
Yes.
What is the connection between the vomit in the mask and the lactic acid, acidosis?
So there are some people that believe that because the stomach contains a lot of acid, that vomiting is a way to get rid of acid. We really don't know that the body is doing that on purpose. Vomiting gets rid of acid so it can help balance out the situation when there's too much acid. So it can be helpful, but it's not clear that the vomiting was caused by that potential acid in his system.
If you're not breathing adequate, or I should say, if Elijah McClain was not breathing adequately during the struggle, and because he had the mask on and then he vomited into the mask, would his breathing be depressed?
So the main thing there is the vomiting into the mask. So these masks are designed so that if they're clear, you can breathe just fine. We use them to run. And so we can breathe usually quite well through the mask. We're all familiar with the COVID-19 masks, and they sometimes feel like you're working a little harder, but air moves just fine. The issue here was there was clearly vomiting into the mask when it was still on, and it had nowhere else to go. And what concerns me about this case is that he's breathing really heavily due to the intensity of that struggle. He's vomiting while he still has the mask on. We know that because we can see it inside the mask. And he's restrained, so he has no way to get that mask off. So when he breathes in now, instead of getting clean air through a piece of fabric into him, the only thing that he can breathe in is his own vomit. He literally has like a bag full of vomit, and that's what he's breathing in at that time.
When you looked at the mask, could you make a determination? And if you couldn't, just let us know that whether or not that mask would have fit somewhat snug to his face or not.
I think that's difficult to tell. Most of these masks fit fairly snug. And when you're breathing, like he was running with the mask, presumably at some time earlier, most of the air is going through the mask, not sneaking out around the mask. And this one, didn't just stop at the chin. It kind of went down around the neck. So it was a fairly long mask. So I think certainly if you vomited into this mask, some of that would run down, but it would coat the inside of the mask, which would prevent airflow from coming into the mask. And so when you breathe in, it would suck the mask to your face, and any material that's in there would go into your lungs.
Not a medical term, but sort of a double whammy.
It's a double whammy,
So he's been struggling. He has acidosis. He then vomits. And do you have a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not he then inhaled that vomit and went down the wrong pipe into his lungs?
Yeah, so my opinions have been that to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, he aspirated after vomiting while the mask was on.
And so I want to make sure we all understand aspiration. How would you define that?
That is where something in the back of the throat that is not supposed to go into the lungs goes into the lungs. So generally aspiration could be spit, it could be a glass of milk, it could be vomit that came up, or it could be your sandwich. In this case, we'd be talking about GI related or gastrointestinal aspiration from vomiting.
So now we've added in a third component. We have acidosis from the struggle. We have the mask on and the vomit. He's now aspirated, and he's breathing really heavily. What is going on medically in his body?
So luckily, we're starting with somebody who is presumably healthy, but that causes some degree of impairment in lung function. So a certain number of those air sacs are now full of fluid. That would make him even more short of breath. That would lower his oxygen level. It could certainly make him cough, although if it's a large aspiration, sometimes it overwhelms the cough reflex. So we're dealing with feeling more short of breath, needing to cough and expel this low oxygen levels. And this business of the lactic acid we know it worsens outcomes in people with pneumonia, but also having a pneumonia makes that acid problem worse because, again, your lung is not working as well. He needs, because of the physical struggle, he needs to be able to breathe even more than 100%. He needs to be a super breather, and now he's impaired. And that is the situation he's in at that point.
And besides being a super breather, what position would be the best for him to be able to cough and get it out?
Well, it would be either standing up or sitting up, maybe somewhat like I am, possibly leaning forward and being able to generate repeated coughing events or to take deep breaths with a mask off.
What is the typical way, if you have built up acid in your body, to get rid of it?
You breathe more. So deeper breaths and quicker breaths. So you breathe faster, but you're also breathing deeper.
So if he can't breathe very well because of his position, and if he's breathing really fast but not being able to inhale oxygen, what is going to happen to him?
So when that happens, the carbon dioxide level in the blood builds up. So instead of maintaining a normal level, it increases. And carbon dioxide is an acid as well. So it makes this acid problem worse. And if that acid or if that carbon dioxide level builds up, it can start to cause things like confusion or even sleepiness. So it can change your mental state.
And do you ever see on the body-worn camera where it appears as if he has mental confusion?
I do.
Response.
Your Honor, this doctor often works with patients who has breathing problems. He knows the effects of aspiration and not being able to breathe. So he would be able to say, if you can't do these two things, this is what will happen to the human body. So based on the fact that he's seen patients, he can talk about what would be the effects on Elijah McClain.
All right, I'll sustain the objection in part, and we can lay a little more foundation.
So going back to your patients, have patients ever told you that they go through this confused state when they can't breathe, or if they're in a situation where acid has built up and they can't get out?
So they usually don't tell us because they're confused. This happens commonly in the hospital, that they get more and more confused or sometimes sleepy. And we can actually do a test where we can measure the carbon dioxide level and can find that it's elevated. And the intervention is to help them in any way possible breathe more. So sometimes that means putting them on a machine to help them breathe more.
Do you see this in the body-worn camera? And can you say to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that this is what's happening to Mr. McClain?
Well, I can say with a reasonable degree of medical certainty that we see very significant deterioration over time in Mr. McClain along the lines of he becomes from saying kind of very focused things to saying some things that are a little bit unusual to not saying much at all or being very responsive. And that's a typical change that we see with patients who are getting sicker in this way, either due to low oxygen or higher carbon dioxide or both. What I can't say with certainty is what are all the contributing factors of that decline in status? It's likely more than one thing.
Can you say beyond, a degree of medical certainty, what factors are present?
Yes, so that would be low oxygen level from his aspiration into the lung, as well as the high carbon dioxide level.
And we have talked about hypoxia in the courtroom. What is that?
That just means that the level of oxygen in your blood is too low.
And what happens when you have hypoxia and aspiration?
Well, the low oxygen level causes you to feel maybe confused or sleepy. It oftentimes causes other parts of the body not to work as well. So not just the brain, but it can cause the muscles not to work right. It can cause stress on other body organs like kidneys or heart. the pneumonia is an additional cause of the low oxygen level or hypoxia. The fact that there is hypoxia doesn't really change anything about that pneumonia.
Did you observe on the body worn camera, Mr. McClain ever announcing that he could not breathe?
Yes,
And did you hear that on more than one occasion?
yeah, several times.
What significance, if any, did that have in your opinion about what happened to Elijah McClain medically?
Well, I think that if it was just breathing a little bit more than normal because of a physical exertion, it's not that common that I hear that from patients. I usually hear that when there's something wrong. And so to me, from a medical perspective, when I see somebody in the hospital or the clinic or the emergency department, they're not able to tell me there's something wrong with my lung or my heart. They're able to say, I can't breathe. And it could be any one of a number of things. So it's telling us that there is something not right. And then he goes on to say, I can't fix myself, which was also very interesting to me as well, that's not something we often hear from patients. And so I think there's a very clear indication that something is not right.
So to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, can you say that Elijah McClain suffered hypoxia?
Yes,
Can you say to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that Elijah McClain suffered aspiration?
yes,
And can you say to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that Elijah McClain suffered acidosis?
yes,
And was these three things all present before he was ever given ketamine?
yes.
So now he has these three things on board. How would you describe Elijah McClain's condition before he's ever given the sedative ketamine?
Well, he was already sedated. He was not responsive. He was not very interactive. And in fact, if he were a patient at the time when he's on the ground right before the ketamine, he would be somebody that needs to go to the hospital and likely the intensive care unit because he's sick and he's had a profound progressive change in status over those 10 or so minutes.
And when you say sedated, what does that mean in your world?
Well, I'm trying to be simple about language, but it's really that his mental status has changed dramatically. So we're all alert and interacting and awake, and he might have a lot of those pieces early on, but you can see that he loses much of that before the ketamine is given.
Would it be helpful for you to watch body worn camera and point out to the jury Mr. McClain's decline from being a fairly active person to the point where he is before the ketamine?
Yeah, I think that would be helpful.
Your Honor, at this point, we would like to play certain aspects of the body worn cameras and have Dr. Buther opine on what's going on medically to Mr. McClain.
All right, if it assists the witness in explaining their testimony, that's fine.
Would it assist you?
It would, yes.
Thank you. And it's at this point that Ms. Shake is going to help me, and she's going to write down what you're seeing. We're going to ask that you kind of keep it simple.
Sure.
We're going to first play People's Exhibit 176. It is already in evidence. And if we could pull up timestamp 22:44:15 and go to 30. And for the record, this is Mr. Rodima's body worn camera.
You guys.
So Dr. Buther, you had testified earlier about the struggle. Is this what you were referring to?
Yes, that intense kind of physical action.
And at this point in time, is this when Mr. Elijah McClain was developing that acidosis?
From a muscle standpoint, yes.
Is there anything else significantly medical distress going on right now for Mr. McClain?
No, I think we see him, although muffled, being able to vocalize appropriately.
So if it had stopped at this point, the police interaction with Mr. McClain, he could have gone about his business.
That would be my assumption.
So is it fair to say, or you tell us, for the first line on this body worn camera, how would you characterize Mr. McClain?
That he's a healthy individual undergoing some physical exertion.
Thank you. If we could go again to 175 and play, I'm sorry, People's Exhibit 175 and play 22, 45, 37 to 44. And for the record, this is Mr. Woodyard's body worn camera.
Taser in sight.
You're gonna get tased inside. Stop by. Stop by, you're gonna get tased. Got his arm?
In this point, what was significant for you as far as Elijah McClain's voice, and how does that relate to his medical condition?
So it's difficult to say that his medical condition has yet changed. We hear some vocalizations that are muffled because presumably the mask is still on. And so the only significant thing I'm hearing is a lot of discussion of restraint. So at this point, from my perspective, is more about future risk, that we hear that he's being restrained, and we hear from his muffled voice that he still has the mask on.
So if we're going to put this moment and characterize it, what should we write on the chart?
I guess healthy, restrained, mask on.
During this struggle, would there be demands on him medically, physically to breathe?
Yes.
And so what is the body doing right now to adapt to that?
So invariably, some of that physical exertion is leading to lactic acid building up in the muscles, and that's going to make him breathe faster and deeper, or need to breathe faster and deeper.
We're going to turn to People's Exhibit 183. It's Mr. Leonard's body worn camera. And if you could cue up 22:47:30, and we're going to run it to 22:47:56. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. What would you like to put on the third?
I'm sorry, didn't we just say that?
I thought we did. Are you guys getting me mixed up?
Healthy, restrained,
Oh,
mask is on.
then it's twice. We'll just go down. That's fine.
Okay.
So if we could cue up 183, Mr. Leonard, 22:47:30 to 22:47:56.
People? No, I mean, I tried to stop him, start walking away.
Yeah, cruiser 26 minutes, slow everybody down. We're all okay over here.
When we showed him up, he was wearing a ski mask
Yeah,
and walking, so I mean.
so he's
that's-
on something, obviously.
Yeah,
Who did the carotid?
I tried. without- We started it because he reached for Rosie's gun
Okay,
when we had him on the wall.
all right.
I'll do it. I'll do it.
Anything, there's no other suspicious,
Can you,
nobody
flip my
else that needs to be
camera?
contacted?
When you were reviewing the body worn camera, did you observe that someone mentioned a carotid?
Yes.
And do you know what that meant?
Yeah, I'm familiar with a carotid hold, or a way to subdue somebody by compressing the neck and reducing blood supply to the brain.
How are you familiar with that?
More common knowledge in terms of lay press, but I actually have had a couple of patients that have had this done to them because they perform martial arts.
Okay. And what happens to the body when someone has a carotid hold put on them?
Objection, Your Honor. Inside the scope, this witness has actually previously testified that he is not an expert in the carotid hold. Not following the scope of what he's.
Response.
Your Honor, I don't think you need to be an expert in the carotid hold to talk about medically what's happening. That is what really I'm asking the doctor to talk about, is once a carotid hold is placed on a person, what is happening inside the body, and he is an expert on that.
And Your Honor, just respectfully, that's exactly what he has said he is not an expert on. That's medical testimony that is outside of his medical expertise. And that is what he's testified to previously. I can approve the transcript.
All right, well, with a little more foundation with respect to the carotid control hold and his knowledge of it, the court will require that.
Thank you. Dr. Beeser, what part of a person's arm touches what part of the other person's body to use a carotid hold?
In what context?
Well, if someone is applying the carotid hold to somebody else, what is being included in the person who's having the carotid hold applied to them?
Sure. Well, I'm not an expert on how you actually apply the carotid hold. The purpose is to cut off blood flow to the brain. And we have a dual supply of blood to the brain. We have 2 carotid arteries. And so you have to compress both of them. And then that causes the brain not to get enough blood flow, which causes the brain not to get enough oxygen. And for a brief period of time, then you lose consciousness because you're not getting oxygen to the brain.
And what happens to the person when that happens? Medically, are they going to pass out? How are they going to react to that?
They become briefly unconscious.
And are there risks to cutting off someone's blood flow to someone's brain?
In healthy people, I'm aware that this can be done safely, but the concern in this situation is that we have somebody who's maybe no longer healthy and struggling to breathe.
So Elijah McClain has been struggling. Acid is building up in his body, and now this carotid hold is applied to him.
Yes.
With those 2 things coming together, what's going to happen to him medically?
Well, the concern is that, like we saw,
Response.
Judge, I think the doctor can say to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that when a person is experiencing lactic acid and he's struggling to breathe, and then the blood is cut off from his brain, they're going to be certain.
To testifying as to what the elicited testimony to which I'm objecting.
All right, the court will find that the objection goes to the weight versus the admissibility under People v. Ramirez at 155 Pacific 3rd, 371. And it was offered as a hypothetical.
So,
Go ahead.
thank you, Judge. So a person has this applied to them, and if they have other factors on board, so that they've been struggling to breathe and they have lactic acid, and then they have a carotid hold placed on them, what's physically going to happen in their body?
well, there would be concern about increased risk of not being able to appropriately adapt to all of these problems that are going on. So, for example, it would be more difficult to increase your breathing because you passed out. It would be more difficult specifically to cough and clear your airways because you passed out. And even if it's a brief period of time, that could further increase the risk of more vomiting and aspiration.
Is that what happens to Elijah McClain?
Well, it's difficult to say when that happened. And so what we have are several factors that are all at risk for him to get worse. And it's difficult, particularly when some of the video isn't showing what's going on, the exact sequence.
Does Elijah McClain, in fact, get worse as this event occurs?
He does. He gets profoundly worse.
Let's turn to People's Exhibit 178, Mr. Rosenblatt's camera, 224850 to 224915. Thank you. What would you like to say for what we just watched? What would be your 3-point words?
So my recommendation here is to say that he is getting more short of breath, only speaking 2 or 3 words at a time.
Thank you. Now let's turn to People's Exhibit 178.
Fine.
We can try to.
He was hitting at us.
I said, doing that way. Oh, so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh.
Dr. Buther, at this point in time, what is going on with Mr. McClain?
So he still has an increased work of breathing in that he's speaking short sentences. And he expressed pain as well this time.
You had talked about earlier that at some point in the body worn camera, you could really hear what Elijah McClain was saying.
Yes.
How would you compare that moment in time to what we just heard?
I think there has been a noticeable incremental kind of drop in the nature of what he says. He starts out very kind of concrete. I can't breathe. I need to fix myself. And he starts to, I didn't hear it on this particular video, but he starts to say things that are a little bit more, I guess, magical, that he's a Pisces and, he doesn't harm animals, and still making sense, but a little tangential.
And what is happening in his body that would cause that?
That would likely be attributable to either the low oxygen or this elevated carbon dioxide, or very possibly the combination of both.
Can you tell this jury whether or not, or if the carotid hold started this chain of events?
Well, it was at the beginning of this chain of events, and it certainly carries some risk of exacerbating things like the aspiration event and the ability to cough. I can't say that it's the reason that all of this is happening, but what's going on here is that there are multiple factors that add up together to result in him severely declining over several minutes here before he even gets the ketamine. And we have a whole menu of things that occurred to him, like aspiration, not being able to effectively cough, acidosis, and the carotid hold was one of those important risk factors. In other words, we kind of know the ingredients, but we don't know the exact recipe for how this went down.
And what would you like to put up for this body worn camera that we just watched? What would be your three-word phrase?
I would say more confused.
Thank you. I'd like to turn now to People's Exhibit 184, Mr. Leonard's body worn camera. We are now at 2250-40 to 2250-55. Twenty-two 50-40 to 2255. Did I miss one? Or did we miss one putting up there? Or we'll talk about it. We don't have to put it on the screen. All right, let's go ahead and play it.
You're not in trouble. About that. We need to know what you were taking, because we need to try to get you treated, okay? Are you listening to me, man? I'm asking you what kind of drugs you were taking tonight.
Dr. Buther, what's going on medically with Mr. McClain at this point?
Well, his mental status has changed. He's not answering direct questions. He has his neck extended and looks like he's exerting a fair amount of effort to try to breathe. So I would say he's still very short of breath, and his mental status is now worse.
So would you say shorter breath and decline in mental status?
Yes.
Let's turn to People's Exhibit 178. This is Mr. Rosenblatt's body worn camera to 2255 I'm sorry, 2251-59 to 2252-45.
Got to throw up, dude?
Yeah.
Throw up right there, okay? Don't throw up on me, though.
We got fire coming, right?
Yeah. I call him when he first went out.
And I don't think he went out, dude.
He was, like halfway, I think, but, hey, dude, relax.
I think he's trying to puke.
Oh, okay. Get it out, dude. Thanks, bro. Get it out.
Need to swap up, you take care of that?
Nah, I'm good.
Steve, like, anything? No, we got called to a suspo. He was out here walking around with a ski mask on.
Oh, so y'all need the cell phone picked up?
Probably just
yeah.
bring it over by him, dude. And then, we contacted him. He's wearing a ski mask.
At this point, the fact that Mr. McClain is still vomiting, do you have any further concerns medically about what's going on with him?
Yes, the couple of concerns are that the continued vomiting offers further opportunity for more of this aspiration to occur. If he's not completely awake or able to position himself, he's at risk of more episodes where the vomit comes up and there he's trying to get it all out, but some of that could go into the lungs. So there's a risk of more aspiration. And then one of the things, I guess that's a good feature and a bad feature of his position. The good feature is that he's mostly on his side, so it's not like his face is pushed down into the ground. So his mouth and nose are open to take a breath. But the bad part is that with his arms behind him and someone pressing on him, his chest wall is now very stiff and not flexible. And his only way to get breath in is kind of by pushing down on his belly with his diaphragm. And so that's a position where you cannot become a super breather. You cannot increase your breathing or cough effectively. And you can see the instinct is very strong to get up and lean forward. That's what he was trying to do. And he was able to do a little bit of that briefly.
What 3 words would you like to put on the chart?
So vomiting and unable to effectively cough.
Is there any significance that he is continuing to vomit at this point?
Well, the vomiting can have many causes. One of the biggest reasons to vomit is in an intense physical struggle, you get a reduction of blood flow to your gut. It's why mom said not to go swimming right after you eat, because the gut takes a lot of blood flow. And so in a struggle, it's very possible that the vomiting is because the body needs all that blood for the physical effort. Acidosis is another potential cause of vomiting as well that we've talked about. Anxiety and stress can cause vomiting in some situations, although with the continued vomiting, I would not necessarily expect that. And then oftentimes when people are trying to cough to expel from their lungs, cough and vomiting are very close together. So a lot of my patients that have a severe chronic cough, they will try to cough and they will end up vomiting as part of that coughing fit. So it's difficult to tell all of the reasons why he's still vomiting, but it's an indication that he's getting sicker.
Since he had his blood flow cut off from his brain, could vomiting be a reaction to that also?
The cutting off of the blood flow to the brain, of course, is not great for the brain. That's why you go unconscious and the purpose of that type of hold. You should be getting plenty of oxygen to the rest of the body during that time. But I am aware that there are cases where, regardless of what may or may not have happened, it could be an attempted choking, it could be an attempt at a carotid hold, that can cause a temporary problem with breathing that then leads to vomiting.
Maybe please play Exhibit 178, Mr. Rosenblatt's camera, 2254-29 to 2255-00.
Know you're busy, but I just to let you know that.
Doc,
We had a suspicious call over here on
Dude,
building.
chill out.
acting kind of weird. Nothing really criminal. My officers go to make contact with him. He starts acting crazy. They attack them. Those glad we need to try to put a carotid on the guy. And actually.
Well, stop fighting us.
Put him out. They were able to get him out of handcuffs. We're still struggling with him. I have fire on scene. And that's where we're at. I just want to let you know, yeah, we did actually quite try.
What was significant in this clip for you when you watched this?
Still very short of breath and really unable to move.
Yes. What would you say, the 3-word phrase?
I only get 3 words. I guess I have to be short of breath.
If you need 4 or 5, we can give you that.
How about restrained?
Okay. I would like to move now to People's Exhibit 179, Mr. Green's body worn camera at 22:57:22 to 22:57:34.
So the ambulance gets here, we're gonna go ahead and give.
All the cops are okay.
Perfect, dude.
I appreciate it. Thanks.
I don't know what that would be.
Whatever he's
Okay,
on,
all right. Bye.
he has incredible strength.
Yeah.
Just great.
You testified earlier that you reviewed the toxicology report and there were no illicit drugs in Mr. McClain's system. Is that correct?
Just the marijuana, which I guess is no longer illicit in Colorado.
Correct. It's legal. When you hear, or did you hear the officer say he must be on something?
Yes.
Medically, from your review of the records, do you agree with that?
No, I disagree.
What would you like to put in this part?
No improvement.
No drugs proven? Or
No improvement in his status.
no improvement, okay. We also noticed some other individuals on the scene now. Do you know what Aurora Fire Department police officer, rescue and fire looks like?
I can't say that I'm that familiar, but it's clear that we have more than just police now. We have fire, presumably fire paramedic.
And did you notice that in your review of the body worn camera?
Yes.
And approximately how many fire and rescue individuals do you remember being around Mr. McClain around this time of 22:57:22?
I thought that I recall 2, and then later on there were another 2, so there are a total of 4, I believe.
I'd like to go to People's Exhibit again, 179, and play 22:58:01 to 22:58:15.
Okay.
All right? We're trying to keep him on his side, dude, but he keeps fighting us, so.
He's breathing.
In this video clip, do you observe whether or not Mr. McClain is still fighting?
I don't believe I would characterize that as fighting. He's lying kind of half on his side and half on his face and isn't moving from that position. So I would say he's still.
What would you like to write in our spot?
Still and nonverbal.
How does this compare and contrast to what he was like at the beginning of the time when he was in this position?
Yeah, at the beginning, I recall him saying fairly complex things that I can't breathe, I can't fix myself, I'm sorry. And so there were several intentional kind of statements around his situation. And now if we hear anything, it seems to be a grunt or a cough. So he's much less verbal.
I would like to stay with this exhibit and play 22:58:15 to 23:00:16.
After this, it comes in, versus.
Yeah.
I'm still.
Stop, dude, don't do it. We haven't even got that far yet, man.
Don't worry about it.
He's like saying stuff, he's holding his arms in, and he's like, I.
That is. My knee's on his elbow, dude. He ain't going anywhere.
Brandon, do you release?
No, I'm good. I'm just gonna pat him down, make sure he doesn't have anything, because we haven't got to that far yet.
Pull it down. While he's, yes, we pulled his arm, he's out, and I don't remember. Okay, so we put it down then. So it's here. I will. Well, it is. Okay.
That's all.
I need, yeah, the tree talking about that. Okay, yeah, 500.
Don't do it. You're good. Nothing on his legs, right?
No.
I'm gonna come back this way. That way we're not yelling at us. Right in his puke.
Oh, thank you.
Here, come this way with it. Come this way. There we go.
What are you trying to get?
Just put his arm down here. Then I can draw my knee right in his tricep. And he can't move.
I'm sure he can breathe.
Yeah. He can breathe. He can breathe. I just have his arm pinned behind his back. That's it.
Don't move your feet. No, don't do that.
So if you take his foot and angle it outwards.
Yep.
And
Dr. Buther, did you hear the sounds that Mr. McClain was making in that clip?
Yes, he made these kind of, I don't know if I can reproduce it, but sound. And I don't know whether that was vomiting or efforts to try to take breaths. It could have been one or the other.
What is going on now medically with Mr. McClain?
You know, he's not nearly as physical. You can see they can just roll him over like a log, handcuffed, lying on the ground. But it sounds like he's still either vomiting or really starting to have more trouble breathing.
If we characterize those sounds as gurgling sounds, would that be fair?
I think that would be fair.
And in this clip, is Elijah McClain being even less active than he was in previous clips?
Yes, that's the way I would review these and characterize them.
What would you like us to put on our chart?
So I guess we can say gurgling and less active.
In this clip, was Elijah McClain moving at all on his own?
I see some movements of the arms. You know, I think it's probably instinct to try to get to your face, and they're handcuffed behind him. But that's about it. And it's hard to tell how much of that is somebody moving him versus his intentional actions.
Let's go to Exhibit 188, Ms. Ward's. And let's start at 225924 and go to 230056.
Right here is our problem. Stick your hands. Right your knuckles right there. You don't have to put pressure until we move.
So in looking at Mr. McClain's position right now, is he in any position that he can breathe effectively?
Well, again, at least his nose and his mouth aren't covered, but no, he's not able to breathe or cough effectively.
And why is that?
It's first because he's on the ground. Second, because he has some very large people consistently on top of him. And if you press on the belly, that pushes up in the lungs. And if you press on the chest, you can expand your chest. So he's only able to take very kind of rapid, shallow breaths and have an ineffective cough.
From your observation, do you still see him on the side or is he more chest down?
Well, it keeps changing. That one looked to me a little bit more on his side, but he does sometimes roll kind of halfway between on the side and face down at times.
Let's continue to play and see if we can figure that out.
Right behind his ear if he fights, all right?
Give that a minute or two, and see if that works, and once it is, we're gonna, if you guys are okay with it, one time, up with the right arm, down with the left, and then just. Right. Okay, when you're, Rosie, here in a minute, once this medicine kicks in, we're gonna uncuff and put him on the bed, and then we're gonna restrain him, top point him to the bed.
If we look at the right shoulder on the top of the screen, does it look like that it is more towards the ground than it is on the side at this point?
Yeah, it looks more towards the ground at this point.
Did you hear one of the paramedics say, we're going to let this kick in?
Yes.
And do you know from you watching the body worn camera, is this the moment where they just get the ketamine?
Yeah, I recall that they're talking about their plan for the ketamine. So that was part of that conversation that we're going to give it a minute to kick in. And so my understanding is at this point, they have not yet given it to him.
So in looking at Mr. McClain's shoulder and the fact that he is sort of off the recovery position and prone, because of the acidosis, the aspiration, and the low oxygen, what is going on now with Mr. McClain?
Well, he needs a hospital. He's a sick patient that needs immediate care with what looks like some life-threatening problems. So just that gestalt that you have of, is this patient sick or not? Do they need attention, and how quickly? He needs urgent attention in a hospital right now.
If you saw a person like this, let's say at a baseball game, what would you do as a doctor?
Call 911 and try to help him.
We talked earlier about ketamine, and I would like to talk a little bit about what ketamine is and when you give it. So what is ketamine?
So ketamine is a anesthetic. It's not one that maybe we use all the time in routine surgery, but it can cause a depressed level of consciousness. So it can basically put you to sleep. And it can also cause you to breathe more shallowly or stop breathing. It's used in different situations. It's what we call a dissociative anesthetic, which sometimes at lower doses allows, kids or anxious folks to kind of calm down and be a little less aware so that you can do medical procedures. And it has, but it has this risk, like all anesthetic medications do, that it can cause you to either slow down your breathing or stop breathing. So it's an anesthetic drug that has these properties where at low doses it might relax you. At higher doses, it could stop your breathing or make you unconscious.
And if it can stop your breathing, and this is what Mr. McClain looks like, is that the right thing to give him at this point?
Well, I think at this point, you would ask yourself, what would be the goal of sedating him at this point? He's already at or beyond any safe goal of anesthesia or sedation at this point before he even gets the drug. And in fact, you could ask, what is our goal with this medication? It would be to achieve this or maybe something short of this. He's already there. Particularly in the field and a patient that you don't know very well, everyone reacts differently to these medications. I would have to ask myself, what are we doing? If the goal is restraint, he's restrained. If the goal is sedation, he's sedated. He's already kind of not very with it.
Would you characterize him at this point as being sleepy?
I think that's fair, sleepy.
Certainly, he's not doing any sort of active movement.
Correct.
And he stopped talking altogether.
Yes.
So what would you like to put for this clip?
I guess we can use sleepy and needs medical attention.
Is there any concern that they are considering giving him a sedative like ketamine when he has acidosis on board, he has aspirated, and he has hypoxia or low oxygen?
Yeah, so whenever we give medicines like this in a controlled setting in the hospital, we always want to evaluate our patient's condition because things that might be going on with a patient can affect the safety of the drug. So it might be nice to know that your patient is an alcoholic and has been drinking a lot in the last 12 hours, for example. Or maybe they have a history of reaction. So we're always assessing, is this the right drug, the right dose, the right time to give this medicine? With ketamine, acidosis substantially increases the risk that that drug will cause him to stop breathing. Compromised lung function is a huge reason why even a modest dose of a sedative might cause trouble. So if you're only breathing half as well as you should, and I give you half of a dose of a sedative that should be safe in a healthy person, I might cause you to stop breathing. And so this is a very dangerous situation where a drug like this is not appropriate, or if it is, you would be very, very careful in how you went about it, because the aspiration, the compromised lung function, the acidosis are all things that make him much more likely to stop breathing or die from this medication.
And can you tell this jury, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, how depressed Mr. Elijah McClain's respiratory is at this moment?
I think it's difficult to put a number on it or be precise. I can say to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that it is at least moderate, if not severely depressed. It's not mildly depressed.
And this type of medication, if given, what will be the effect on Mr. McClain?
So typically it would cause further sedation, so you become less responsive. It would cause shallower breathing. It potentially can even cause vomiting in some cases. So the concern is that you want to monitor very closely how you're breathing before the drug and how you're breathing after the drug, and be ready in a heartbeat to support your patient if they do stop breathing.
And what would you like to put on the chart?
He's hardly breathing at this point.
I would like to play Exhibit 179. For the record, it's Mr. Green's body-worn camera, 2303-14 to 2304-47.
We have no idea. That's all he said. We're gonna give him maybe another minute. It looks like it's starting to kick in.
Yeah, he's snoring.
Ready. We'll go ahead and uncuff and take him up to you. Is he in custody or?
Yeah,
Sure you will be,
I'm sure he will be, man.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine. So I can let the hospital staff know.
if he's not already.
All right. How's he? He seemed a little.
Yep.
Okay, we'll go ahead and get him on his side and we'll just uncuff him.
Let's get him on the gurney first.
Okay.
Sounds good if we can.
Okay. What do you guys? Careful,
Yeah,
careful.
he's definitely.
All right.
Should I throw off on you guys?
So we'll put an end title, hanging on to.
Give him some light.
We can have that roll too.
Do the right one first. Would you? Want to grab this?
I got it.
You guys got them? You can put them on straight, so we can front.
Good?
Yep. Thanks, sir.
Good? Yeah.
He's getting inside and this suction. Okay. Suction.
Dr. Berther, did you hear one of the paramedics say started to kick in?
Yes.
And what did you understand that to mean?
Well, I think they observed some change in status. The most notable to me was the finding that he's snoring. Snoring is not good. It might seem cute, but Snoring in this context means he's at least in deep sedation, if not general anesthesia, and he needs someone to rescue his breathing right now. So if I have snoring like that in a procedure unit, I'm stopping my procedure, I'm giving emergency medicine, and I'm thinking about invasive ways to support breathing immediately, like within the next minute or two. So what I'm really observing is he's under general anesthesia now, but he has nobody to support his airway, to his breathing. So he's floppy fish on a path to dying unless somebody intervenes aggressively.
And what does it mean to not have his airway supported?
So when we're unconscious, we don't do any of that fancy stuff about protecting the lungs. When we're unconscious, we can't sense that something's in our lungs to cough it out. There's some meager cough reflex, but you can't cough effectively. And you're also very likely to have further episodes of reflux or regurgitation and more aspiration. So part of the crisis is that we need to do something to protect further aspiration into the lungs through a mask that we shove down in there or a tube. But then the other, maybe even bigger problem is he's not breathing enough to sustain life. We see on the stretcher just a couple of very ineffective breaths. To those of us that are medically trained and see people, unfortunately, that are dying or critically ill, those are not effective breaths to sustain life. Those are breaths that we see just before somebody stops breathing altogether. So he's not breathing. And so, yes, he can't protect his airway and he's completely out, and that's dangerous. But if we don't start pushing air into his lungs for him, he's dying.
I want to go back in time just a little bit with another officer's camera. We can have exhibit 181. Oh, thank you. What would you like to put in this on the chart now?
Not breathing.
And now if we could go to exhibit 181, and for the record, this is Miss Nunez's camera, 230100 to 230145.
And get him on his side.
Let's get him on the feet first. Okay.
Watch his head. Head. Okay. Dale, he's out.
Okay. Good. Hey, Woodyard. Yeah. So we grab this. I got it. Back down, up, straight up.
Thank you, Roy. Dr. Buther, we just saw some substance come out of Mr. McClain's mouth.
Yeah, so we see that he has no control over his head even. That's how sedated he is. And then there's substance just kind of oozing out of his mouth and of his nose. Given the volume of that and that it's kind of positional, I have to believe that that's most likely more aspiration or more regurgitation of stomach contents into the throat. And then when he kind of leans forward, it starts just spilling out. And so he's likely aspirating as well. Certainly some of this can actually be the drug that they gave him, can cause an increase in like nasal drainage and things, but not like this. It may have been some of that, but this is likely stomach contents that are just falling out of his nose and his mouth.
So what we see is not due to the ketamine.
Well, the ketamine is likely increasing the amount of regurgitation and vomit that's coming up, and he's not able to swallow that because he's unconscious. So secondarily, yes, it could be very well due to the ketamine.
When we go back to the cough diagram, and I'm wondering whether or not some of this vomit was sort of laying in wait, so to speak, and then as soon as Mr. McClain was brought up and put in a seating position, it came out.
Yes, that's what I think. It's just like if you have a full glass and you tip it just a little bit and it spills over, I think that's what was going on here.
So if he had been in a better position before the ketamine, he could have expelled that additional vomit.
Potentially, although he was already so sedated and out of it, he might not have been able to manage this anyway, even in a better position at this point.
What would you like to put on this, on the chart?
General anesthesia. Okay. Well, how about, I mean, I don't want to be inflammatory, but he's dying. I would put dying.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry? Yes, that is exhibit 181. And we're done. I appreciate it. So, Dr. Beether, as a critical care physician, do you often are given information that helps determine what you're going to do with your patients?
Yes, in fact, it's extremely difficult when we sometimes don't get information or get the wrong information.
How important, in your opinion, would it have been for the paramedics to know Mr. McClain's condition before the ketamine?
Well, it's critically important because you're not able to interview the patient, right? So you can't ask them anything. You're showing up to a situation and you need reliable information to understand what situation you're getting into.
In your opinion, based on your profession and your experience, what information should have been relayed to the paramedics before the ketamine was given?
So the most important thing in this situation and kind of more generally in healthcare is communicating that significant change in status. That we had somebody that was awake and talking and more or less normal. And now we have somebody who's on the ground, vomiting, much less responsive, much less movement. This is one of the most important things to communicate and handing off from one person to another.
And on the same side, what should the paramedics have done at this moment in time?
Well, they need to save him, or maybe they needed to save him earlier. So they need intervention, but they need to ask these questions. So it's kind of a dual responsibility when you show up to a scene like that. In terms of you're expecting to hear key pieces of information, but remember the first people on the scene were police. They're not medical. They're kind of medically informed lay people. So it's also your job to solicit that from them. It's a two-way conversation. So I would expect police to tell me what the situation was and what his change in status was. And then I would expect the paramedics to ask further probing questions.
What was the type of information based on your critical care experience that the police should have relayed to the paramedics?
Predominantly the vomiting and the change of status.
And when you say change of status, you mean the fact that he stopped talking?
Yeah, just that he looks different. So this is something any layperson can obviously see from looking at this, that he has declined profoundly. I think it's also important to communicate that chokehold went on, or any other key events like vomiting occurred several times.
How about the fact that Mr. McClain has told them 6 to 7 times that he couldn't breathe?
That would be pretty important.
Why?
Because there could be a breathing problem, right? It's a symptom that the patient's complaining of. It would be no different than if he had been saying all along 3 or 4 times, I'm having chest pain, I'm having chest pain, I'm having chest pain. Wouldn't you expect to communicate, hey, this guy's having chest pain?
So it's the same thing.
It's the same thing. So you don't have to be a medic or a doc to communicate that.
So now I want to go forward and have you just tell the jury what happened in the ambulance.
So in the ambulance, he clearly wasn't breathing, but this is the first time they really have some monitoring on Mr. McClain to see what's going on. And so they were dealing with many crises at once. The main thing is he wasn't breathing, but also when they checked his heart function, the electrical activity of his heart was something called PEA, which means there's some electrical activity, but his heart's not pumping. He has no pulse. So he is not breathing. His heart's not working. Those are 2 important things. And I guess he's also not responsive. So we have respiratory failure, heart failure, brain failure. And what they're doing is trying to fix these problems. And I've been in this situation many times. It's awful, it's stressful, and oftentimes you don't successfully get people back. One of the first things we see there's some video, is they're able to place a breathing tube down into his lungs, despite the fact that there's fluid, and it's almost like they have to place it underwater. There's just so much stuff, which is very challenging. Like, that's extremely technically difficult to do, and they do a great job getting that breathing tube in. The other thing they need to do is get his heart started again. And the hope is that if you get the breathing going a little bit, breathe for him, that maybe you have a better chance of getting the heart started again. And in order to do that, they need access to veins. And so they put an intraosseous line. They literally put like an IV into the bone, because that's the fastest and quickest way to get drugs into the system, which I know probably sounds really awful, but it's a common practice. And so now they very quickly have control of his breathing. They're trying to breathe for him, and they have access to give him drugs, and they're trying to get his heart started again. And while they're doing that, they're doing the CPR. They're physically pushing on his chest to keep his heart pumping.
How close to death is Mr. McClain right now?
In the world of critical care, we would call him dead at this point. And I suppose we're a little bit callous from dealing with all these things, but there is unstable, which means, your blood pressure is low and we're worried about you. And then if you're not breathing and your heart stopped, that's dead. But we can sometimes bring you back from the dead. So there's another step we call really dead. Really dead is we don't think there's a chance that we can get you back. And he was kind of, dead because the lack of the heart function, the lack of the breathing. But there was still this thought, if we can do enough quickly enough, because this all unfolded over 15 minutes or so, maybe there's a chance. And they did everything right. But unfortunately, this initial heart rhythm, where there's some electrical activity, but the heart's doing nothing, is one of those really dead situations where the chance of getting somebody back is less than 5 or 10%. And so we were in a really, really bad situation here. What I saw in the ambulance, having not done much of this kind of thing in the criminal world, but having done a little bit of it in the malpractice world, is, okay, now who messed up his care now? Did we mess something up in the ambulance or at the hospital? They did an amazing job taking care of him. And so we saw that they got that breathing tube in. They were doing good quality CPR on his heart while they were taking him to the university. They actually got his heart back at the university. And then his heart stopped again, and then he got him back. So they were able to get his breathing barely adequate for life, but on a breathing machine at the hospital. And they were able to get his heart started again, which I would not have betted on that. They were able to do that. The problem was it was too late. And I think you may have heard that from Dr. Moss, but the problem was his oxygen was too low for too long. And that caused severe damage to his brain. That's irreversible.
And what caused the low oxygen?
The low oxygen is from, first we talked about the aspiration, but then there was likely further recurring episodes, more of that. And we saw by the time he got to the hospital, his whole right lung was full of fluid. But most importantly, he had a period of several minutes when his heart was stopped and his breathing stopped. So his oxygen went very, very, very low.
I want to talk a little bit about the x-rays at the hospital. Did you review those?
Yes.
They've been.
When you can find a convenient place to break.
I can do it now, Judge. That's fine with me. Just for the record, people are going to mark this as People's Exhibit 300, and we would ask to admit it.
I'll allow it as a demonstrative exhibit.
And for the record, I will label it as 300, and then I think there's 3 or 4 pages, and it will be A, B, C, D.
All right, folks, we're going to take our break for the evening. Recall what I've mentioned to you a number of times now. Do not form or express any opinions about this case. Do no independent research about anything involving this case. Avoid any press coverage about this case or this kind of case. I'd like to have you back about the same time tomorrow morning down in the jury assembly room. The hope is we can have you up here by 9, or hope perhaps a little before then. So I'm going to excuse you for the evening. Go home and think about something else. Drive safely, and we'll see you tomorrow. Jurors have stepped out. The witness may step down. We should be back tomorrow morning, let's say 10, 15 minutes before 9 o'clock in case something comes up. Anything we need to put on the record at the moment?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Have a nice evening. We'll see you in the morning.